Good, thanks everybody. I'll declare open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the provisions of the Job and Skills Australia Bill 2022, the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. These are public hearing proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome in person representatives from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, AI Group and Business Council of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Megan Lilly, Head of Education and Training for the Australian Industry Group.
Thank you.
Jenny Lambert, I'm the Director of Economics, Employment and Skills at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
And Michael Pope, I'm the Director for Skills and Education, Research and Migration at the Business Council of Australia.
Good. Thank you all. I now invite you to make a very short opening statement, and the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you. Ms. Lilly.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be invited to be here today, so I'd like to thank the committee for that. Just firstly to acknowledge that Australian Industry Group is a peak national employer organisation representing traditional, innovative and emerging industry sectors, and we've been acting on behalf of businesses across Australia for over 150 years, and we have been deeply involved in the skills education and training system through the duration of that period. Just a very, very short comment today that AI Group regards the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill Provisions 2022 as a significant step forward in addressing the urgent needs for greater investment in and improved approaches to skills development, education and training, and we see this as central to lifting Australia's productivity growth. We look forward to the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia and support the legislation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to address you today on these important bills. To say up front that ACCI supports the passage of these bills as soon as possible. We recognise that the bill is setting up an interim agency, so in that context we have been involved in active consultations with government and other stakeholders, including my colleagues on either side of me here today, to talk about both the interim bill, but more importantly the functions of Jobs and Skills Australia in its final form. We are looking forward to the consultations and also the final form of Jobs and Skills Australia as delivering two important things that ACCI has been long advocates for. Firstly, workforce development planning, so a real structural approach to workforce development planning and strategy that not only will identify the workforce shortages issues, but also to identify the gaps and opportunities in the existing systems and where the two are aligned. So it's actually looking at both sides, supply, demand, which of course the National Skills Commission has been looking a lot at the demand, but also importantly looking at the supply side and how the two come together. That's a very important area that we've long advocated for. The other thing that's been really important for us is that an industry voice in the system at every level, and the tripartite commitment of the government to this interim body in terms of its the need and the explanatory memorandum, the clear intent for Jobs and Skills Australia to consult widely with the stakeholders, but also in the final form the idea that it's an independent statutory authority with a tripartite governance arrangement. So we are looking forward to further discussions with government, and we urge the passage of the bills. Thank you very much.
My thanks as well to the committee and to the chair for having me here today. So the Business Council welcomes the government's commitment to invest more in education and training. To achieve the best outcomes, it's very important that policies and resources are properly targeted and well coordinated, and that's why we support the government's plan to establish Jobs and Skills Australia. JSA, to be short, will help map Australia's workforce needs now and into the future, and ensure that skills, education and the migration settings are well set up and well placed to meet that challenge. With record job vacancies and skills shortages across the economy, we strongly support the priority that the government has placed on establishing Jobs and Skills Australia. And the two-stage approach to legislation that is intended will allow JSA to operate with an interim director and initial responsibilities, while important consultations are held on its ongoing form. My colleagues here have alluded to that. That's everything from us.
Thank you very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing and for your submissions. Very much appreciated. So, understanding your support for the bill, which is good, I would like to just unpack a little bit of what you've said. I'll start with you, Ms. Lambert, please. Just in regards to with your submission, you've talked about, I guess, with the permanent role going forward, the objectives that new body must achieve, and you've detailed 5 different points there. Do you mind just talking us through those, please?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, as alluded to in my opening remarks, one of the most important things we see as the role of Jobs and Skills Australia is the workforce development planning and strategy approach. We've long advocated for a regular strategy, which Jobs and Skills Australia will be well set up to achieve. I mean, so the release of consultation processes and a strategic document which really will look at the way that the system is operating. Is it performing efficiently, as effectively? Is it filling the gaps? Is it meeting the needs and identifying what those needs are and just looking at the difference? So that's a key role that we see. We also see, really importantly, and this is about the industry voice issue, that the Jobs and Skills Australia will play an important advisory role in the way that funding is applied to in the vocational training system particularly, but also importantly we see the strategic planning role being across the whole system. So it's not just about vocational training, but looking at how the whole education and training system is performing in terms of workforce needs. And so
even going into education, into schools, is that what you mean?
Well, to the extent that we obviously, the schools issue for the workforce is about how the pathways from school work, how the school system is developing, the workforce in the best way. But obviously the strategic intent would be looking to see some of those issues, but we don't see it having a primary responsibility in the schools area. We do see it more in the tertiary education system rather than the primary school system. But the pathways issue, and particularly things like vocational training at schools, we do see an important role, an interface between industry and the education system and that area. So it it is important for it to look at those pathways, but it is important, more importantly, to look at the whole system. But it's the voice of industry. One of the things that, if you've ever been involved in vocational training funding, it is one of the most secret squirrel complex agonies, obviously impacted by federation in the way that the two levels of government work in this area. So if there's a way that Jobs and Skills Australia can put some transparency and provide some industry voice into that area, we'd be very keen for that as well.
Yeah, so I wanted to go to that. So you've mentioned the need for independence, and happy to take comments from anyone on this as well. But how important is it that this isn't just an agency within a department that just serves at the behest of the bureaucracy, but actually meets the needs of industry and the skill shortages and the jobs that are there?
We see in this context, we see independence as being more that there is a proper governance embrace, if you like, of industry voice and tripartite voice. So the vocational training...
Tripartite? What do you mean by that?
Tripartite meaning unions, employers and government.
Okay.
So...
And all levels of government?
At all levels of the system, but certainly, I mean, the way that even the federal government has outlined, they see Jobs and Skills Australia embracing the state and territory governments in terms of how the JSA will interact with both state and territory governments, obviously the federal government and the employers and unions. The vocational training system over the last 2 decades has shown that it performs best when there is that tripartite approach where, I mean, the days, those of us have been around in the system for a long time, the days of the old ANTA, the National Training Authority, there was very strong governance, very strong consultation, very strong interaction and a very strong system. And we certainly see that this opportunity is to go back to those arrangements. My colleagues may want to add to that.
I'd like to add to that, if I may. I have been around the vocational training sector for probably close to 30 years, and if I reflect upon when the system was at its most efficient and effective, and probably effective being the first of the two, was when there was a strong collaboration, and that collaboration was tripartite. It was at multiple levels of the system. There was strong industry voice and, more importantly, strong industry leadership and absolutely independent governance, and that really created a sense of direction and purpose for training for the country. Thank you.
The only thing I'll add, I completely agree with what Megan and Jenny have said. Jobs and Skills Australia will be at its strongest where it draws on the expertise and works in true collaboration with all of the relevant parties within the education and training system and within the employment market. So collaborating with industry, state governments have a huge role to play already in the training system. They administer and run large parts of the vocational education and training system, so it's really important that Jobs and Skills Australia has buy-in from states and territories, has buy-in from industry and has buy-in from unions and other stakeholders, including education and training providers. So that's really important. And then the transparency, I think, is really critical too. It'll have its most impact if there's transparent information about its workforce assessments, about what it sees as the levers of supply in the education and training system and in the employment market to meet those future workforce challenges. And if that information is provided in such a way that industry can tap into it and can contribute to it, then it'll have its most impact.
Okay. I've got another line of question, but I think I'll run out of time, so I'll see how we go.
Thanks. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Can I just ask each of you, I think Mr Pope, you referred to this, have your organisations been engaged with the department or with the Minister's office in relation to this piece of legislation?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that
Did you
question
hear that?
properly.
Have we been engaged with the department or the minister in relation to the legislation? I think that was the question, Senator. So, Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just a bit quiet, but we can hear you more clearly now. We certainly have been involved in quite extensive discussions with the Minister's office and the Minister on the legislation, but more also broadly than this particular legislation. As we say, we see this as a step to the final role of JSA. We've been very much engaged with the Minister's office and other stakeholders on what where JSA will fit in terms of the overall system. So we have done that, and we've also been engaged with the department to the extent of sharing the structure that a number of our stakeholders have been working on about how we see the structure could work going forward. Thank you.
I'll just add.
If I could, thank you.
Sorry, Senator. We've had very good engagement so far on this legislation from the government and with the relevant department officials to understand what it's doing. And I think it's important as well that the interim legislation, JSA bills, specifically ask that JSA in its interim form or require that it consult as appropriate in the operation of its functions. So it's good that we're starting off on the right foot there, and there's good consultation, and that will be really important in settling JSA's final form and functions.
I would just concur with my colleagues that we have been consulting, and we fully expect to continue to consult, particularly as that phase from interim to the final establishment of the entity as it's intended going forward.
So if I can just confirm, everyone's really comfortable with the fact that this is the first step, the consultations are ongoing, and you're aware that this is then going to, following consultation, be a further piece of legislation. And are you satisfied with that as a process?
From the AR Group's point of view, we're very clear that that's the process, and we think it's a very good way to get it happening at speed, and the consultation is incredibly important to achieve the outcomes we actually identified in answering the previous question in terms of industry voice at multiple levels across the system, really strong governance, really good, clear leadership to drive an important agenda.
Yeah, we certainly confirm that we understand that to be the process and are actively engaged in that process.
And I think it's a common sense approach, Senator. You know, it means that JSA can be stood up quickly, start performing its functions, and that allows time for those further consultations to be undertaken and to be sort of genuine and ensure that we're achieving some level of consensus on what JSA's final form turns into without having to rush that process.
Right, that's good to hear. So just to be really clear about where you all stand, in the second reading speech for the bill, and I'll just quote this, the Minister stated that the bill provides the first stage of establishing Jobs and Skills Australia and identifies the initial functions and structure of the organisation. The bill establishes an interim Jobs and Skills Australia director to commence the important work needed now, and who will lead Jobs and Skills Australia through its initial establishment and the performance of its initial set of functions. Do you believe that the legislation gives effect to this statement?
We certainly, from our point of view, we can see that the legislation reflects that. And indeed, there's a lot of similarity in the standing up of National Skills Commission, which had an interim process there to some extent, although only had one stage of the legislation, but certainly had an interim process. So, we understand that to be the case.
Great, thank you. So on that basis, and each of you have spoken briefly about the tripartite approach, the consultation, do you see any reason at all that the Senate should delay the passage of these bills?
From our perspective, we'd prefer that it proceed as intended.
And from Aki's point of view, definitely wanting to see the passage of this legislation as soon as possible. We think that will enhance the opportunity to maximise the consultation get on with things. Thanks.
And yeah, same perspective, no reason for delay, and quite the contrary, best to get it up and running and then move on to the next steps.
Great, thank you. In terms of workforce forecasting, you've each spoken a little bit about gaps and what we need to sort of plan for into the future. Can you just step us through, in your view, what that need is for JSA to take this kind of workforce forecasting?
Certainly there is a lot of similarity with what occurs now with the National Skills Commission in terms of looking ahead for the various industries and occupations as to where the future needs will be. That's an important role that it needs to perform. What the opportunity is to take this a step further is to then match that against the analysis of the system, and I think that's where there is hopefully an opportunity for it to take planning further. But certainly the forecasting needs to be done in combination with, and the role of industry voice in this is very important. It needs to be done in combination with what the industry's intelligence is, what's happening on the ground. And importantly, we need to see Jobs and Skills Australia as part of the total reform package, where we've got the implementation of industry skills clusters, which are coming into the system as well, with the establishment of industry-owned entities, which is currently going through the procurement process at the moment, to undertake planning and workforce forecasting needs analysis at the industry sector level, and then feed that up and work with Jobs and Skills Australia. So we see Jobs and Skills Australia working with not only the stakeholders within its board and within its governance arrangements, but we also see it working in combination with other entities that are being stood up as part of the total system.
I'll just add to that, Senator, if I could, the current workforce shortages that we're seeing in Australia are very acute and widespread, and in some respects you couldn't have predicted them, certainly not 3 years ago before the pandemic, at least to the extent that they exist now. But some workforce challenges you can see a mile off. In the care workforce, for instance, the need to build up the workforce to support defence shipbuilding, to support our cybersecurity capabilities, and to support the move towards an increasingly digital economy. And while you can't predict every role that's going to be required into the future and every change in the economy along the way, I think that doesn't mean you need to be flying blind or leave it to luck. I think there's value in doing that workforce planning and doing it in a holistic way where you consider what the skills needs are that you expect to be now and into the future, and what the best sort of channels are for getting those skills needs into the at the time that's required and in the places that are required. So I think there's a real role there, and industry does this itself. So that I think is something that Jobs and Skills Australia can build on the foundation that has been set by the National Skills Commission in that respect.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Pocock.
Thank you for being here, and thanks for your submissions. I'm reflecting as you're talking about the difficulties of predicting skills and labour market shortages, and I'm just wondering what your reflections are on when we've done it well. Have we done it well at certain times? You mentioned ANTA, I think, Ms Lambert. Have we done it well in the past, and what were the characteristics? What did we get right when we did it well? Just to reflect on that experience a little.
I've been around the system for a long time, so I will have a go at answering that question. And I think we've done parts of it well periodically, but I don't think we've ever really built a coherent body of evidence that will help us consider, in conjunction with industry intelligence, and I think you actually need both things happening in sync that can help look forward into the future but deal with the issues now. So the evidence base may have been stronger at some levels of government than others. We haven't really ever had a national skills plan to speak. So to say that it was good at any point in time, I think there have been periods of time where it's been better than other times. And certainly there was more national coherence under the ANTA arrangements. But in those days, I don't think we had the depth of data that we are seeking through what has the National Skills Commission and going forward. So we would want new and continually evolving and improved arrangements, which are going to be incredibly important, as Mike was pointing out before, about the significant challenges we're already facing and some of the things that we can see coming down the pipeline in the future are known, and we talk about them, such as defence or electrification of the grid, expansion of it, and so on and so forth. There will always be the unknown things as well, so we also need to consider how we deal with scenarios that may play out and what other challenges we may be facing in terms of making sure that Australia has an appropriate skill base to deal with our economic needs. Thank you.
If I can just add that I'm not sure that we have or have got a good experience of doing it well, but what I am sure of is that the global competition for us to want to do it well is really putting pressure on us to get these things improved, because every advanced economy is fighting for global talent. It's trying to, most of them are dealing with workforce shortages and skill shortages of some sort. We're in the global competition to be the best we possibly can be in education and training output. There is so much pressure, I think, now, any sort of low-hanging fruit that we might have had in the past of trying to get ahead and be the best performing economy we can be is behind us. I think we've really got to dig deep. We've got to improve all our processes, and this is one area where we see a good opportunity to do that, because in the past we've had a lot of fragmentation at the federal government level, but even across both main levels of government in how they do workforce planning and analysis. There has been in the past not a lot of, we used to have the migration list done by a completely different area, than where the forecasting was going on for employment, and there used to be multiple processes. We've seen already pathways through the National Skills Commission where a lot of that's brought together. This takes it a step further and then tries to bring together the planning. So I think it's just that we've got to be conscious of always trying to continuously improve these approaches and systems, because the challenges are as great as they've ever been.
Can I just follow up then? The way the functions are written for the JSA, they really focus on prediction and identifying shortages. What role do you see for the JSA in a broader sense? For example, evaluating the quality of training, looking at outcomes for training in terms of employment improvement or not, and in terms of improving access, for example, for disadvantaged groups. They're not spelled out in the JSA. What sort of functions do you see might be more broadly included, and should they be included in its functions?
Well, I think there are some elements of what you've talked about there written into the functions for the JSA in its interim form, including, for instance, in providing a better evidence base on outcomes for learners who are passing through the education and training system. The key thing here, and also in relation to workforce planning, is that we are improving the level of data that we have, and that's critical to be able to sort of make accurate predictions about the future and what our workforce needs are now and into the future. But it's also critical to having a clearer view on what parts of the education and training system, which providers are delivering really quality outcomes for learners and for their employers. And at the moment, we don't have necessarily that level of good data. So I think there is a role there, and that is one that is written into the initial functions for Jobs and Skills Australia. And I think it would be a good ongoing role for JSA in company with the other parts of the education and training system, including the regulators that are sort of charged with ensuring that training is delivered to an appropriate quality and in the right sort of form.
If I can add to that, Senator, that written into the functions, even in the interim, is the advisory function to the employment services, side, which is where participation really needs to be strongly addressed as to how we can better bring the disadvantaged groups into the workforce. Importantly, in these very critical shortages that my colleague has mentioned, which is so much at a crisis point in the Australian economy at the moment, is not just for skills shortages; it's skills and labour generally, and we've got to work out multiple solutions to that. So we see JSA's functions already in the interim legislation as dealing with that employment participation piece, not in direct running of employment services. I mean, that's in the province of the department, but in providing important advice. But if I can also add that it is absolutely critical that we do the proper analysis of skill shortages and skill needs going forward. But we also need to be mindful that the both the training system and the migration system is not overburdened by the idea that it's all just about shortages, because skill needs can occur in a whole range of ways that national analysis will never be able to pick up. So it's not a perfect science. It's the best we can possibly apply in terms of expertise to try and identify where those needs will be. But you're never going to have the nuance of knowing in a particular region, in a particular industry, in a particular area that a skill need arises, which needs to be dealt with. And a lot of we just need to be mindful. Even with our overwhelming support for the need for forecasting, we also need to be mindful of its shortcomings in terms of the inherent difficulty in trying to actually pick up every single skill need that's going on.
Can I just add that in relation to some of your areas you identified as quality of training, outcomes, access and the evaluation, they're all really important things, and they will either be done or be informed by, or have the capacity to, and part of potentially by JSA, but part of the remit, the consultation remit would be to sort of flesh out some of those details, but they would all be benefited by better data. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of the evidence base that could contribute to that bigger discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator Little?
Thank you for attending today. The question comes from a focus of, it's okay to get the numbers, people on tools, people's, feet under the desk. I'm wanting to understand about how some of the functions might respond to the participation of those groups, such as older Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, those who are experiencing coming from low socioeconomic circumstances, multicultural communities. They often get missed when we're talking about employment, training and education that actually enables them to transition into those opportunities. Could the functions be strengthened to make sure that those people are not forgotten as a really critical statistic, rather than just being about the headline numbers?
I'm happy to have a go. So I think the functions will need to be worked through as identified, but the whole conversation around participation is a particularly important one. If the JSA only deals with headline numbers, that would not give us the depth of information that we need, and also bearing in mind industry intelligence and market intelligence will come into the conversation. But in terms of picking up disadvantaged groups that have missed out on participation opportunities, that has happened for multiple reasons, but one reason has been insufficient data to see where problems or opportunities may have been that have not been taken advantage of. So better alignment around demographic, social, geographical data with workforce data would help inform a better conversation about how we lift participation amongst diverse cohorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can certainly back up that. I mean, an evidence-based approach is very important to participation, but it's also about looking at systems. So I think JSA's role will be very important on the evidence-based approach side, but but with, for example, the performance of employment services, publicly funded systems, it is also about what in the systems, what are the blockages in the systems themselves. JSA will have, may have some insights into that, and obviously the tripartite industry engagement will help with that. But I mean, the government already sets up independent advisory bodies that to help to inform that. But it's not going to solve all of the problems. I mean, I think the issue, JSA is not going to solve all the problems, but hopefully through collaboration and collective effort, we can start to address them. But the starting point's got to be an evidence-based approach, because that's, whether it be, something like mature age workers. I mean, I've been very active on mature age, collaborative advisory groups for many years for mature age workers, and we've all been working on projects to try and improve that. It's and in fact, the participation rates of mature age workers is higher than the average. I mean, but the issue is once people are disengaged, it's a question of how you re-engage them. So we've got to look at the evidence. What does that tell us? And then how can we tailor, action to help improve things? But JSA will play a part, but it's not going to be, would you say the magic, it's not going to be the magic pudding, if you like, in terms of providing all of the answers.
Senator, I'll just add to that. I think what you've talked about is a really critical role for Jobs and Skills Australia to be involved in, and its legislation sort of allows for it to play that important role. Ensuring that people who have been sort of left behind through the education and training system, who haven't got the foundations, have good information, including careers information about what kind of jobs are in demand and what skills are sort of in demand that match with their underlying capabilities, and where they can sort of bridge that gap between where they are and what they need to sort of get to I think is important. And then passing that information through to employment service providers so they can assist people who are looking to find work or find a new or better job is sort of a really important channel there. And there's very good sort of examples of training programs that are sort of supporting underrepresented groups into sort of really high growth, high wage sort of industries. And I think where Jobs and Skills Australia can sort of look at what's working at best practice and propagate that and spread the good word about that, then that's going to be a really important role that it can play. So pointing to some of the case studies and examples of what's working is a good function for Jobs and Skills Australia to play, providing advice to government about sort of what's working within the system. But as my colleagues have said, you need that data in the first instance, and that's a really important role that Jobs and Skills Australia will provide.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for attending today. My question just goes off what Senator Grogan mentioned earlier. I understand that you guys are in support of the interim JSA. The interim JSA has functions beyond those of the National Skills Commission, such as capacity studies. Do you support the new functions in this interim JSA?
Yes, Australian Industry Group does support the new functions, and we're also mindful that it's an interim JSA and there'll be a consultation period, and that they additional functions or more fleshed out remit may be part of that process, but which has yet to happen. But yes, we do support those additional functions.
Yeah, we confirm that as well.
Yeah, I think those capacity studies will be really important. As I said, there are some there's acute and widespread workforce shortages now, but in certain sectors, I think you could sort of focus, Jobs and Skills Australia could focus its efforts and do a real deep dive effectively in determining the capacity to meet current and future workforce needs. And the care sector is one example, but there are many others. So that'll be a priority for Jobs and Skills Australia, and it's one that we don't want it to sort of have to wait too long in sort of undertaking. So I think better to get the legislation through and get it up and running in that role as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, fantastic. A good segue to that would be, are there any particular functions that you you will or have already proposed to appear in the final JSA? And if so, are you able to provide a summary?
From AR Group's perspective, we are having an active conversation to what that might be, but we're also looking forward to the consultation process to go through that in more detail when appropriate. Thank you.
We concur that those consultations are active, and I think one of the critical things will be in the final form that's different than the interim and different than the current Skills Commission is in the governance arrangements. So that'll be a critical mix. It'll consolidate the tripartite commitment from government. Will be in the final governance arrangements, and also, hopefully there'll be clarity over that workforce development strategy and skills plan potential for the JSA to perform. So some of those things that we're in active discussions with, but some of them have already been announced by government as the direction of the final JSA. So we're definitely looking forward to finalising those consultations.
And I'll just say, I don't want to preempt those consultations that will come. It's really, if we're going to form a consensus view, it's best that we sit down and talk to each other, talk to the other parties and stakeholders further. And we've had some initial conversations, but I think the one thing that we've pointed to in terms of JSA's ongoing role is really trying to sort of take as broad and an expansive a view of skills needs across the economy and of the channels to meet those skills needs across, and my colleagues have referred to this, across the tertiary education system, but also thinking about how migration can play a complementary role to education and training here in Australia. So I think that's our sort of broad vision for Jobs and Skills Australia in the longer term.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Just before I hand over to Senator O'Sullivan, the Section 9D goes to the quality and funding of VET, and also the question about access to include identified cohorts of workers and opportunities. The summit that's going ahead shortly identifies inclusion as a core theme, and on the basis of that, the outcomes of the summit sort of is intended to address some of those issues. The further consultation obviously will help with the JSA. How do you see those steps in your mind? How that will progress the consultation process and the exchange of ideas and views, and how do you see that that developing through this period?
So I think. That function within Jobs and Skills Australia is an important one. It builds on what the National Skills Commission has been undertaking in that regard. And it's going to be really important to support negotiations which are ongoing on a new national skills agreement. So ensuring that there's that we're considering how all Australians are able to sort of access quality education and training, and particularly thinking about sort of what is required in particular in relation to foundational skills is going to be integral to negotiations on that skills agreement. And I think that'll be one of the topics for discussion at the upcoming Jobs and Skills Summit. So I think Jobs and Skills Australia has a key role to play in informing the development of the new National Skills Agreement, but also its operation, and that will have a really important role on sort of ensuring that we've got pathways and for people to sort of get foundational skills if they need them, and then to access education and training at every course and every point in their life. And that includes lifelong learning and upskilling and reskilling and later in life for people who need to return to the education and training system and who want to sort of use that to find a new or a better job.
Thank you. Ms Lambert?
Just, I suppose, to add to that, I think there's in terms of this consultation process and development process of the final form of JSA and the role of the summit and other key activities in this area, there's a little bit of chicken and egg in this in terms of the discussions going on between the Commonwealth and the state territory governments will inform what JSA's role and functions will be. We'll be informed by the summit. We'll be, we'll be informed by the consultations, and there is a range of iterative processes going on at the moment and dynamic processes going on at the moment. So there's no doubt that we all want a better national Australian Workforce Skills and Development Agreement. The last agreement, or the agreement that has been rolling on since it was done in 2012, set targets that were never delivered, set arrangements in place that were disappointing in terms of quality and outcomes and effectiveness. So we're really looking forward to a stronger, more effective new agreement. That's a very important way, for delivering consistent vocational training funding, a more predictable funding, and if as part of getting the best possible agreement with states and territories, that JSA's final arrangements will be part of what the total deal will be. That's what we see as a very important process as well. And again, coming back to the very first point made today, having industry's voice in that iterative approach is very important to us.
Ms Tilley.
Yeah, thank you. Just to answer the question, the focus on the question around the role of the summit, as well as certainly the Commonwealth State Agreement is incredibly important. But the summit will bring a number of voices together to focus on obviously critical issues that JSA will have a lot of carriage of going forward. So we would see that as an important step in this overall process. In terms of getting towards the final legislation and how JSA actually achieves the ambition that will be set out for it in more detail. I think the real point about all of the elements we're talking about here is it's an opportunity for a joined-up conversation, and that is perhaps something that we've been hoping for some period of time, and that it will position Jobs and Skills Australia to actually lead and drive the agenda.
I'll just give you. I'll give you. We mentioned a couple of areas, aged care and defence. I know that wasn't exclusive. Obviously, there's a broader and even, in a sense, a higher level approach to the issues that you've all raised, and you've raised it up to that level. But I might just give you an example of, say, the trucking industry, for example, has ageing workforce, tight labour market, pre-COVID tight labour market, various regulatory models across the country and various states. The states regulate the road transport regulation on skills, and skills are time-based rather than learnt skills in a traditional training format to be able to obtain another licence. So, for example, that industry is probably maybe a bit too specific for the three of you, but that is an example. But looking at the high level, where there's a tight labour market in some parts of the market, in regions, there's arguments that it's extremely difficult to find drivers. How would you see the JSA in that type of scenario, moving a bit above the trucking industry? How would you see the JSA hopefully operating? What would be your ambition on how the sort of operation that it would take and the sort of processes it would follow in identification and looking at some of the solutions?
I think it'll play a couple of key roles. First off, in terms of workforce forecasting, JSA, just like the National Skills Commission, can look at what the employment prospects are, what it expects to be the required number of positions for truck drivers specifically. But what JSA can do as well is look at what are the skills required for truck drivers, and what are the skills that are required in other sort of adjacent occupations and industries. And that sort of allows you to think about, well, where do we get, if we need an uplift in the workforce for truck drivers, where is that likely to come from, or who's best placed to sort of perhaps undertake some additional specific training that means that truck driving is a tough job and it has a lot of safeguards around it in terms of the training requirements. So what's required for people who sort of have similar skills to kind of get into that industry, and provide that careers advice, or at least informed careers advice and about sort of roles in the truck driving industry, which are actually paid, in some cases can be paid quite well, particularly at the moment when there are big shortages, and including for targeting advice, for instance, for women who are wanting to get into the truck driving industry, because women are very much underrepresented in that industry. We know that that's sort of a focus for some of the sort of logistics companies that are that employ a lot of truck drivers, that they're very keen to get women into that industry, and providing the careers advice, or providing even just information about the opportunities there is an important thing that it can play. So Jobs and Skills Australia won't necessarily play all of those roles at once, but it can sort of help to sort of join the dots and make those connections, and that's a really valuable role that it can play in the truck driving workforce and in many others.
Yeah, we certainly see that interaction with, we see National Careers Institute and the careers strategy coming in under JSA in terms of that interaction. So the forecasting and needs analysis will inform the careers side. It's very fundamental to have an informed market as to where the jobs and opportunities are. So the career side is very important. And also I refer back to my earlier evidence about the interaction between Jobs and Skills Australia and the skills clusters. The skills clusters have two roles. So previously they replaced what currently is one role, which is the training package development side of the vocational training system. But the broader role of the national skills clusters is to bring together strategic leadership in particular sectors. So in your specific example, it would be that the cluster that embraces the transport industry, because it's not just truck drivers, but our members also tell us bus drivers, coach drivers have similar issues of an average age of their workforce. I think it's 56 or something of that nature, certainly in the 50s, and they've got real concerns for them, their workforce as well, shortages. So that skills cluster would look at the very detailed needs for that industry and feed up into Jobs and Skills Australia. So it's not that Jobs and Skills Australia would do this by itself. It does it in combination with a total structure of looking at it. So National Careers Institute to feed out information, inform the market, working with the states and territories on the careers side, working with the industry skills clusters, working as part of ultimately an independent tripartite approach, which will bring union and employer voices directly into at each level of the system. So that's where we see. I think you've got to see JSA as part of the total ecosystem, if you like, of how we can improve that situation.
Just to agree, but also to add a little bit further, I think a lot of the truck driving example is a good one, because a lot of the actual detailed analysis would be done at the industry cluster level around the occupational requirements and the nature of the industry and the skills required, and that would intersect with the overarching work of Jobs and Skills Australia. But I think one thing that's important to acknowledge, that by feeding that information up and down, if I can use that language for a moment, Jobs and Skills Australia will be looking at similar issues across the economy, and part of the challenge we have going forward is not to just look at each occupation on its own, because they actually start competing with each other. They already are competing with each other, and if occupational groupings want to develop effective strategies, need to be mindful of where all of those other pressures are. So this is an opportunity to do the really important detailed work at the industry cluster level and get the occupational information that's really vital, but actually make sure it's on the part of the bigger workforce data analysis and planning for the future.
So an overarching strategic approach to it, with the other pieces feeding into the objectives of the strategy.
Yes, when we need both.
Thanks. Sullivan.
We've only got a short bit of time left, but if I reflect on my time prior to coming into Parliament, I was engaged with industry and employers and the labour market, labour force, I should say, in finding jobs for predominantly Indigenous people across Australia, and I haven't got 30 years, but I had 10 years in that space before I came in. And the overwhelming sentiment that I kept getting from employers was the fact that training wasn't actually meeting the needs of the jobs that were available. Now, that's a general statement. Of course, there were wonderful examples where it did. But I'm just wondering, what would you say, my question is, what would be the hallmarks and features of the permanent JSA that you would want to see that would give industry the confidence that this is different, that this is going to actually deliver and meet the needs of the skills shortages and skills development system?
Well, the first thing is the industry voice and industry input at every level. And so the current system, the industry voice is somewhat mixed in terms of where it sits, and particularly concentrated in industry reference committees for the development of training packages. But this is obviously going to bring in multiple levels. We're in active discussion with government about how the approval processes of training packages will make training packages for vocational training more responsive to quickly do fast-paced industry changes, quicker updates and the like. And we see JSA as potentially playing a role there in approving minor changes or rapid updates to training packages that can make it more responsive. So we see opportunities there to enhance the way that training is updated, and we see JSA as playing a role in that area, as it moves into its final form, but also looking at what the opportunities are in terms of the current reform that's going on in that area. So that's an important mechanism, that industry voice at every level, making sure that we get approval processes right and updated, looking at the exchange of information about how the quality, coming back to that quality of training issue, how it's being translated in an evidence-based approach. What is the feedback? How is training going and delivering? And what can we do to improve it? So it's really getting that very active collaboration between the various stakeholders at the various levels, and actually working out how we can actually improve the quality of the training, and also making sure that we've got sufficient training to meet the needs.
So for me, the hallmarks of a successful JSA would be a strong industry voice that takes leadership in a conversation nationally and locally and joins that up. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge the importance of local and place-based. But that would be a national conversation. It would be focusing on strategies and be informed by evidence, so there'd be an informed conversation, and that we could actually lift both the quality and confidence in our training system.
Just final comment from me. We've alluded previously to the importance of the relationship between Jobs and Skills Australia sitting at a sort of national level and an overarching sort of level with the industry clusters or industry skills clusters that are going to be stood up with a specific sort of focus on individual industries and on the skills and training needs there. I think that relationship can't be sort of underestimated. It really needs to be very strong, because while we need sort of an industry voice at every channel, that's really an opportunity for industry to sort of to be involved at a very detailed level in saying, here are what our skills needs are, here's what we expect them to be in the future, here's what our expectations are about the requirements of our future workforce, and here's what we sort of suggest in terms of changes to the education and training system, particularly to the vocational education and training system, to meet those needs. And that really needs to sort of flow up through Jobs and Skills Australia and inform its advice to government and governments and to industry about sort of how we can best meet those needs. I think that channel and those relationships are going to be critical.
Thank you. Now, the Chair's going to tell me I've got no time left, so can I just put a question on notice? Are you able to come back to us with even just a paragraph of what does the industry voice actually look like? What are the hallmarks of it?
You can have a bit of extra time.
Oh, can I?
Senator Pocock's going to ask a question as well, so if you want to ask it on the record now, you are welcome.
Okay.
If I can indulge you for another, are you able to indulge you for a few
Look, I'm
minutes?
actually happy to, if you want to take it away and just have a think about it, I'm happy to get it on notice. Because we hear these sort of terms. I'd love to just really understand what it is, because then I'd like to hold that up against what the future JSA actually looks like.
So if you can take that on notice and give it consideration and...
My question links
yeah.
to that in a way. What's your view about an advisory board to the JSA, which would draw the voices and make clear which voices need to be advising the JSA? Clearly, you're strong advocates for an industry voice, but presumably there's a role there also, of course, for unions, government, community sectors, underrepresented voices, maybe students. You know, what's your opinion about an advisory board?
So we've been quite clear that we see it as a tripartite organisation, so that brings in multiple voices. We've also been, as employer organisations, we've also been very clear that the unions are involved.
There's no structure, I'm just asking
No. That we see that as part of the consultation process going forward, and that's going to be a critical part of that process, and it will help frame and shape the governance model.
Yeah, we confirm. I mean, it's certainly tripartite, certainly. And even when we use the language of industry in this context, it's industry being unions and employers. So industry is collective in that sense. So we see that embracing. Will you possibly, excuse me, Chair, I'm overdue to turn up to my next meeting, and we were originally scheduled, for 9:45, and I'm going to be in a lot of trouble soon. So will you excuse me? I'll leave you in the hands of my colleagues who are more than capable.
I will.
of
I think you've just answered the last question, and thank you very much for your time. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you very much.
And while Jenny runs off, I'll just sort of add to her and Megan's response there. So I think this goes in part to what Senator O'Sullivan was asking about. What does the voice look like? So obviously that advisory board is on Jobs and Skills Australia in its final form is going to play a really important role. It's important that there is that tripartite representation there. That can't be the only form of sort of representation or channel for getting industry voices in the industry in the broad and the voices of federal and state government within that agency, but it's an important role. The other thing, I guess, is you really want experts and people with stature and with experience who are appointed to that board. You want it to be providing strong leadership and having a lot of heft, you might say, in setting the direction for Jobs and Skills Australia and in providing independent advice to governments. I think that's really important as well. But that's not going to be the be-all and end-all in terms of its engagement. I think it should have regular channels for engagement with industry, with governments, with employment providers, with education and training providers as well, in order to sort of inform its advice. And that's building, again, on the foundation that the National Skills Commission has set, which I think is a good one, a solid one. We've had very good engagement from the National Skills Commission and from the Interim Commissioner, Adam Boyton, in speaking to industry about what its skills needs are and in using that information, taking his own view and the view of the Skills Commission, but using that to inform its advice and its work. So I think that's a really good model to build upon.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Well, on that note, thank you very much for your time and coming in and talking to us today. The evidence has been of a great deal of assistance to the committee. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Monday, the 29th of August, 2022, of course. The committee will suspend and return at 10:40. And thank you again. I now welcome in person representatives from the Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Troy Williams, the Chief Executive of the Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia.
Felix Perry, Deputy Chief Executive, Policy and Research, Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia.
Thank you. Welcome. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. And look, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As you would be aware, our members are independent independent skills training and higher education providers. And independent RTOs are the mainstay of Australia's skills training system. They support around 87% of the 4.3 million people in skills training, including more than half of the apprentices and trainees. Independent skills training providers support some 66% of Indigenous student enrolments. And more importantly, in terms of economic development, they support around 3/4 of students from remote, regional and rural Australia. And it's in that context that we have a strong interest in the work and formation of Jobs and Skills Australia. Because the economic headwinds facing Australia are profound, we require new solutions. The sporadic approaches of the past 3 or 4 decades simply won't work. And although the Australian government should take a leadership role, we need the buy-in of state and territory governments. And then that's what makes JSA a potential game changer from current arrangements. The legislation, which sets out a broad and ongoing consultation with the states and territories, with employers, unions and potentially skills training providers also having a role. And this approach builds on the current architecture with the proposed dissolution of the National Skills Commission. Now, the NSC did some excellent work in terms of skills forecasting, but it could not play a meaningful role in delivering the required solutions. And so with the active involvement of state and territory governments, ITECA believes that JSA will play a proactive role in not just skills forecasting, but also in delivering the solutions needed to improve workforce productivity and through that, lift real wages and address the skills shortage. Allied to that is the work of JSA on skills funding, because our current skills funding framework is broken. It's a confusing and often incoherent combination of direct and indirect investments made by governments in the form of employer payments, employee wage subsidies, student funding programs and students' loans programs. Students deserve better, and that's where the role of JSA has the potential to offer some real improvements. The development of a coherent and nationally coordinated approach to skills funding, but most importantly, a skills funding agreement that's made in genuine partnerships with the states and territories. This will end confusion for employees and students. It will also ensure that taxpayer funds can be used efficiently to the greatest effect. Critical to the success of JSA will be getting the governance model correct. It should have a skills-based board that has available the expertise to deliver strategic direction that employers, students and our economies need. We note that some organisations have recommended a representative model, some sort of Noah's Ark, where you can have a couple of employers and a couple of unions and maybe a couple of states and territories thrown in. But that's sort of outdated thinking. We need the JSA board in the future to have a proper skills-based board that reflects contemporary thinking when it comes to governance. So as we've said, new approaches to skills funding will be required to address the skill shortages and to help improve workforce productivity. Also, JSA needs to look heavily at the upskilling and reskilling of Australians, to making sure that we've got the best and the brightest people in the economy in the jobs that they're needed, and that if necessary we can use full qualifications and micro-credentials to bridge that skills gap. The forthcoming Jobs and Skills Summit, which ITECA will be represented at, will no doubt help build upon the future role of jobs and skills in Australia. So we see this legislation as an important down payment. It will establish JSA, admittedly with a fairly narrow remit in the short term, but our discussion, particularly with Minister O'Connor's office, gives us confidence that as the Jobs and Skills Summit does its work and there's further engagement with stakeholders, that JSA will morph into the body that we think will, certainly that businesses will need. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Pocock.
Should I check my WhatsApp? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your submission. I wonder if you could expand a little on what you're saying there. You want to see much more than a forecasting body. I'm curious about exactly what you want to see. And you do use the words of a workforce planning body, or so you've got big ambitions here. I'd like to hear a little more about that, and how does it touch on outcomes and quality and also access? Do you see a role in making sure the right populations, broad community populations, get access who are not there at the moment?
Look, thank you, Senator. And look, that's a great question. In terms of data about what skills are required and what workforce needs are, the National Skills Commission has done some excellent work, but it was constrained by the fact it couldn't really do anything other than present that data to skills ministers. And the states and territories would go away and do their own thing because of the nature of, let's be honest, states and territories are at the coalface. What we have here with engagements of the states and territories is sit down in them and do a meaningful work. Sit down in a collaborative session. How do we get disadvantaged Australians into work? How do we get more Indigenous Australians into work? And develop the plan and the funding models which are targeted. And as I said, at the moment what we've had is a top-down approach. The NSC would do its work, it would present it, and the states and territories would go away and do their thing. Now, when we speak to states and territory governments, quite frankly, ITECA speaks to states and territories more than we speak to the federal government. They wanted national leadership, but they wanted the ability to work within a national framework and then do that at a local need. Because if we look at, say, Queensland, the skills needs from Mount Isa are very different from Cairns and Townsville, and the NSC did not have the resourcing and the ability to look at that sort of granular level. And so while the federal government can certainly set out some national strategies, if you're looking at, if we take Indigenous Australians, you've got a broader framework there through Closing the Gap strategy. We then have the ability to take that national leadership but empower the states to do it. Felix, did you want to add to that? Or?
Yeah, just in terms of students from what would otherwise be underrepresented backgrounds, and Troy mentioned students from regional, remote and rural backgrounds. And those students, 77% of them study with independent providers. That grew 17% just 2020 to 21. But there's no coordinated approach to viewing how that might happen or anything like that. There was nowhere near that growth for Indigenous students. There's been steady but slow growth for students with disabilities across the country over the last 5 years, but 2020 to 21, big growth. But again, there's no coordinated picture as to how that might happen, where that might happen in terms of what qualifications or anything like that across those groups. So we really see that there's significant opportunity for JSA to play a role, both because of the heavy involvement of states and territories at a state and territory level, at a regional level, and bringing that together in a cohesive national approach as well.
And if you want to model where it worked, in the early days of COVID, there was an identified need to provide both short-form and long-term training. We were expecting unemployment, probably even today, to be at 13%, not at 3%. And so the federal government, in concert with the states and territories, came up with a job trainer program, an additional $500 million from the Commonwealth, matched by $500 million from the states and territories, which was then doubled down. The Commonwealth's contribution ended up being $1 billion, the states and territories $1 billion. It was a program that was developed in partnership. It wasn't a case of one jurisdiction dictating it, it was the states and territories working together. And the states and territories had the ability, working with their own industries, to figure out what qualifications were being funded. And so that serves as an excellent model for JSA going forward, where the Commonwealth came out with the initiative. There was a financial contribution, a significant one from the Commonwealth, $1 billion, another $1 billion from the states and territories, and said, but the actual delivery, the prioritisation of what funding, full qualifications, part qualifications, skill sets, what type of qualifications and the industries in which they needed. The predominant, or the lead jurisdiction there was the states and territories. So, and so we'd like to see more of that. And also in terms of apprenticeship and traineeship retention, we've seen some really good numbers with the boosting apprenticeships commencements. Now that's probably not sustainable given the cost of it, but the ability to augment that sort of initiative with some of the good works of the states and territories around apprenticeship and training, mentoring, support and those sorts of programs, to, as I said, to coordinate those nationally would be really good.
Mm-hmm. I've got time for one more.
Absolutely.
Could you say a little more also about governance? It sounds like you're not in favour of a representative structure, but in favour of a skill-based and expertise structure, something like Infrastructure Australia. What do you think is the difference between those two models? What are you going to get out of a different form of appointment? And does that mean it needs to be a ministerial level, quite a high level of appointment to a board?
Yeah, look, that's another good question. I think if you look at the models that we had in the 80s, they sort of worked well, but it was the same cast of suspects, the same 4 or 5 organisations nominating the same 4 or 5 people. And because ITECA works in these circles, you get an exercise in groupthink. After a while, we all start thinking the same way. What you need is for Jobs and Skills Australia to be agile, to be nimble, to the ability to say we have at the moment an unemployment rate of around 3.5%, we need new thinking on how to deal with that challenge. Now, that might not be the case in 4 or 5 years. You might need an unemployment rate of 7%, which would need different expertise to deal with it. So you're bringing the expertise relevant to what the organisation needs, but also what the broader economy needs. Now, right at this point with Jobs and Skills Australia, you probably need expertise in, certainly in the role of skills forecasting and workforce planning, but also standing up an agency. But that expertise may not be needed in 2 years' time. Now, with the greatest respect to my colleagues in other associations and the trade union movement, not too many of us have the expertise in standing up a fairly large government agency. And so, look, what we would like to see is a skills-based board, which would get the expertise relevant to JSA, to the issues that it's confronting and in terms of its evolution, and we would see the directors being appointed by the skills ministers collectively, so the states, the territories and of course the Commonwealth. But as I said, it really provides to make sure that there's a strategic direction available to JSA to meet the challenges before it, but also in those early stages, as I said, expertise helping stand the agency up.
Last question. You described the industry cluster model as dangerous. The earlier panel we had this morning were more positive, I think. Just wondering what's behind that use of that word. How do you see them as dangerous?
The industry cluster was largely driven by the representatives you heard earlier, so not surprising that they thought it was a good model. We had some concerns with the development of that from the outset. It baffles belief that the Australian government, and it was the previous government, could design the industry cluster model, which is responsible for the design of qualification development and not have the skills training sector in the room. Not necessarily, it didn't have to be ITECA, it could have been any representative, could have been TAFE Directors Australia, but the skills training sector that delivers the qualifications was not in the room in the design of that model. And we've had some productive meetings with the Australian government beforehand and subsequent to the release of the industry cluster model. What will happen is we will have a system that would design qualifications, will set parameters how those are delivered, but there is no strategic oversight in that process for the skills training system. Probably the way I describe it is it's like allowing customers to design the car. It might look good, it might have the best engine, but it might not be drivable. It will be the Ford Edsel of the industry design cluster. So look, we say dangerous for reasons, and we can deal with it in a supplementary submission. The current arrangements that are in place at the moment broke during COVID. We had hundreds of thousands of students unable to complete their training for a whole range of reasons, but there was no circuit breaker. The current industry reference committees were unable to solve the problem. The Australian Skills Qualification Authority, through no fault of its own, was unable to solve the problem. The department wasn't. The Australian Industry and Skills Committee was unable to solve the problem because they had no visibility in the actual delivery in terms of the government. So look, what we've seen is this model is quite frankly the same but different. And when we've asked different stakeholders across at a departmental level and in ministerial level in the previous government, how is this system better? We were unable to get an answer. Different, yes. Better, no. And I said, because what we have is an extraordinary set of circumstances where at a governance model within industry skills clusters, the public and private providers responsible for the training, the delivery of the training, will not be represented at those boards, which is almost unheard of.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks, Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. This question probably follows Senator Pocock's very closely. We all know there's a mix of good operators, bad operators and downright terrible, and this talks about what the JSA will do. What does the training and education, tertiary education sector need to do to respond to the opportunity that is sought from this change?
The skills training sector fundamentally is in pretty good shape. You're correct. In prior times, there were some less than ideal operators. We've had a fairly significant action from the Australian Skills Quality Authority, ASQA, to improve the reputation of the sector. And you look at it in a report that we're about to prepare for the Jobs and Skills Summit. Independent providers have levels of student and employer satisfaction equal or better than the public providers. So the sector has largely responded. Now, with 4,000 providers, there always will be a couple of bad apples, in the same way that, unfortunately, sometimes public providers get things wrong from time to time. But what we can see is that the regulatory models are now different. When it comes to the public provision of skills funding, which is through the states and territories, they have put in place incredibly strong, robust arrangements to protect taxpayer funds and deliver out the outcomes for students. So in terms of preserving quality, the existing framework outside JSA, ASQA, the states and territories through their skills funding agreement, would certainly be able to preserve the quality. So the skills training system, compared to say a decade ago, is infinitely stronger. And a lot of those providers that in past might have struggled with the regulatory compliance activities have actually left the system. So right up until COVID, we saw an actual decline in the number of independent RTOs. And we also saw a regulator that has had a transformational change in terms of how it supports the sector. And I cannot speak highly enough of the work of ASQA and Saxon Rice in promoting a culture of quality within the independent skills sector. Now that's, the regulator will sometimes always present challenges to the sector, but we now have a regulator that sees partnership, sees quality not as a compliance tool, but a genuine partnership. Felix?
No, nothing to add to that one.
Thank you.
So you think that this change might result in some of those providers that are providing training for people in areas where there's no jobs, that they don't want because they've got no interest in that particular area of work, or quite simply the training is just easy to deliver, tick. Will some of the forecasting, some of the work help weed out those kinds of practices?
Yeah, I think so. And in fact, in a more joined up way than we've got at the moment. At the moment, we've got states and territories doing some excellent work that hasn't necessarily aligned with where the NSC does. So when it comes to the provision of taxpayer funds, almost exclusively it's dealt with by the states and territories governments, and they have, to varying degrees, really robust processes to identifying what skills are required. So we're not producing or graduating 100,000 widget makers because that's the cheapest and easiest course to deliver. We're graduating 30, 40,000 people in the construction industry or transport logistics because that's what the states and territories have identified as a priority. And that certainly will be a case with JSA working more collaboratively. So under a previous student loan program, we did see a lot of ordinary quality training delivered whether or not there was a need for it. That arrangement has not existed now for probably 7 or 8 years. Whether it's the VET student loans program, whether it's state or territory funding for skills, it's all dictated by a process to help the economy get the skills it needs. And then sometimes it's in other areas. It's not necessarily a direct line of sight between the investment and skills and employment. Sometimes it might be a pre-apprenticeship programs or programs to help people read into the workforce. Sometimes it's language literacy numeracy programs. But either way, almost all of the funding priorities developed either at state or territory level or by the Commonwealth. There's a direct line of sight to a skills need in the economy.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Yep, Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Williams, you mentioned earlier that you've had engagement with the Minister's office and relevant departments. I'd like to highlight that the Minister outlined in his second reading speech that over the coming months, the government will consult industry and employer bodies, unions, education and training providers, state and territory governments and others to determine the next stage of implementing Jobs and Skills Australia, its scope, its structure and its governance. Has it been your understanding that this final form of JSA will be legislated in a bill to be introduced following consultation? And if so, are you satisfied that the bill helps facilitate that consultative process, approach?
Look, I think, Senator, you've pretty much identified the framework. On these sort of issues, we will talk to the Minister's office, if not on a weekly basis, on the future of JSA, certainly a fortnightly basis. And to the extent that it's prudent, we have a high degree of comfort that the current legislation is in effect a down payment. It establishes JSA, it appoints what is clearly an interim director with legislation within 12 months to put in place a governance model, but also cement what JSA functions will be. And of course, as we've said, we would like JSA to work more closely with the states and territory governments, so there clearly needs to be some engagement between the Commonwealth and the states and territories. But conversely, we would also like to see JSA have a stronger voice than the NSC perhaps had with employers. certainly with unions, but also with the skills training system. And all the indications we've had from the new Australian government is that is their intent. In fact, I think it would be fair to say, Senator, that we've been pleasantly surprised at the level of engagement with the Minister's office on that issue.
Fantastic. And just on that note, there was a piece in The Australian, and you were noted in the piece, and I quote, "The legislation before the Australian Parliament simply establishes JSA and the agency's full remit will be developed after further public consultation. The Independent Tertiary Education Council Australia believes that JSA will succeed through a quadripartite arrangement that brings together government, employer unions and the skills training sector." Would you like to detail more of what you meant by a quadripartite model?
Thank you, Senator. You wouldn't be the first one to tongue-tied on that one. I'd do it from time to time as well. There's been a lot of language about the tripartite arrangement where you've got government, employers and unions. With JSA having such a strong focus on skills, it would be incredibly remiss not to building the skills training system, the one piece of the puzzle that will probably do the heavy lifting in terms of supporting new entrants into the workforce, reskilling and upskilling existing workers. It's difficult to see how you could have a genuine model that works without the skills training sector in the room. Now, first and foremost, what skills are required will always be dictated by business in concert with government. How that training delivered is a broader issue. It's certainly government and business, but you need the unions and the skills training sector there. So although the government in our discussions with them have been quite open that they see the skills training sector as part of that conversation, we believe it needs to be a broader one. You definitely need the skills training sector in the room in the same way as we've suggested elsewhere with the skills training, with industry clusters. You don't have the skills training sector in the room. We struggle to see how you could have a good long-term plan for Australia's workforce development without the sector of the room to do it. And when I say skills training sector, we also have to include, of course, higher education, which plays a role in that. So I just don't see how you could have a meaningful roundtable discussion about reskilling, upskilling the workforce in order to drive productivity improvements without the providers who are doing that training in the room. And that would be not just ITECA. Our members support 87% of the students in training. You would also have the public providers in there as well.
Great. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submissions and your time this morning. In your submission, you refer to the JSA as the National Skills Commission Plus, which is, I think, quite a novel way of describing it. And so I'm just interested if you can unpack that for me, what you mean by that.
Look, thank you, Senator. As we said, the National Skills Commission has done some excellent work in terms of skills forecasting and identifying where jobs are. In fact, some of their work that we've seen, and it's in the public domain, that looks at where the jobs are and the types of qualifications that are required to get those jobs is actually really good. But as I said, it has had the inability to actually take that any step further. It can produce the reports, it can present them to the Commonwealth Government, it can present them to the states and territories, but it can't develop the workforce plans to do with it. And so what we see, and if you look at the legislation as it's crafted, it continues the bulk of that skills forecasting work. It envisages for it a stronger role in funding skills development. But unlike the NSC, is it generally would bring states and territories into that process. What we'd also like to see within Jobs and Skills Australia is a more integrated approach with respect to immigration policy. So at the moment, until recently, I sat on the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Skilled Migration, of which the NSC's work was just one part of that. It seems ludicrous as we're trying to figure out workforce programs that we don't look at immigration settings, skilled immigration settings in that process as well, because skills training has a 3 to 5, 7-year lead time. From the time we identify the skill and invest on it and that somebody who's getting trained actually enters the workforce. We can front end a little bit of that with skilled migration. So we would see JSA having a hand in setting some of the skilled migration settings, working in closely with states and territories on apprenticeship and traineeship and training retention activities. So certainly taking all the data that NSC has had, but then playing a more active role with states and territories in actually delivering the policies required to fill the gap.
Yeah, I think Troy's point there just at the end about skilled migration is really important to consider also in the context of international education. So independent providers deliver about 54% of international education student enrolments in the tertiary sector. So there's a common misconception sometimes that it's just a university game. It's definitely not, particularly in skills training. From some international education markets like India, for example, it's 99% of students in skills training from India are with independent providers. So having a really nuanced discussion through JSA about where students are coming from, what they're studying, and where their skills might really be valuable in our economy while they're here and immediately when they finish, how long that might last for. A lot of that is just not happening both at a national level in a sophisticated way in terms of the legislative and regulatory framework, but also at a regional level. States and territories are doing some really good work, but we need a really cohesive approach to doing a lot of that.
Do you have any concerns by abolishing the NSC? Is there anything we're actually losing by doing that? For example, one of the design features of the NSC was for the Commission to have some independence, independent of the bureaucracy and government, in a sense. So how do we make sure that we don't lose the good bits of it and make sure we carry that forward into the final design of the JSA?
Yeah, look, that's a good point. Nothing in the bill would seem to suggest that that's an immediate threat. The arrangements would very much continue to be as they are. The ultimate guarantee centre is in having an independent board, a skills-based board, that has the ability to simply say that this information has been processed independently, to use the best data sources without any undue influence. And this is the logic in a skills-based board opposed to a representative board. There's the potential for a particular industry representative on that board to say, look, we need more apprenticeships and traineeships because that's their ilk, or to suggest we need a solution. If you've got a skills-based board and a governance arrangement that reflects contemporary corporate governance principles, you're largely protected from that. And that's where we accept that the current arrangements are interim in nature. We would like to see, as noted in the submission, is legislation and to strengthen those governance arrangements as has been intimated. But a truly independent skills-based board would provide that level of independence that's required.
Okay. Anything else that you want to see carried forward?
I think, look, we've said it a number of times here and in the submission, is the engagements with states and territories is paramount. They are at the coalface of skills training system, and we talk across all of the states and territories, but if we look at I was in Victoria yesterday with the Skills Commissioner down there. We deal extensively with one in South Australia. They have a really good nuanced understanding of what their local communities need. Queensland has a very different model, a whole heap of regional jobs boards, but they are able to identify in a geographic sense what their businesses need. So the states have a more nuanced understanding of what businesses need at a local level than anyone here in Canberra would do. And so what we see is this is where we refer to the National Skills Commission Plus, the ability for the JSA to properly bring in the states and territories as part of that arrangement is where a lot of the success will be in terms of the deliverables.
You were discussing before with Senator Payman the quadripartite. It is a tongue twister. One of the arguments that would be put up against that idea would be that you're putting the rabbits in charge of the cabbage patch, so to speak, because ultimately the providers are the ones that have the more immediate commercial gain in any path going forward. So, how would you answer those critics?
Yeah, look, it's a good point. All risks and conflicts of interest are to be managed. I mean, in the ideal world, you'll eliminate them, but by the very nature of Jobs and Skills Australia, if you were to eliminate all of the conflicts of interest, you wouldn't be able to have a board, or you would have a board of bureaucrats. If the skills forecasting is robust, that will dictate what skills are funded. If the board is genuinely skills-based, yes, they'll have conflicts of interest, but the Governance Institute and others have robust frameworks against them. What we have seen, though, is with the industry cluster model and to some extent different ways where the current skill system has failed, not having the skill system in the room has presented some acute problems where the training providers have, whether it's in qualifications development or how a qualification is delivered, haven't been able to step in and say, look, this is great, but that qualification cannot be delivered that way. And so sometimes we see qualifications which, for example, are designed to be delivered in a classroom setting, and then when in practice, when we've tried to work it, that particular framework can't be used for on-the-job training. Now, the very nature of vocational training, on-the-job training almost invariably is better, it's more relevant. So what we have is the ability, just as a sense check, to make sure that any challenges in the qualifications process, any challenges in the funding processes are identified early. We see this sometimes on skills funding. We see funding models that are developed on the higher education model. 1 unit of competency, 1 payment. 1 unit of competency, another payment. Sometimes skills training doesn't work that way. The delivered several units of competencies will be grouped together to support a particular student cohort. And that will change from provider to provider. And there's a really good regulatory oversight through ASPA about those sort of innovations. There's some really good oversight from the states and territory governments. But the inability for the skills training system to have its input and say, look, what you've designed is simply not deliverable or not workable, as where the current system fails. So in the same way that an employer might be compromised, might just want the quickest path to a licensing outcome rather than delivering training, is compromised. Those are all manageable. As I said, the only way to avoid any conflict of interest is to have a board of public servants who are good people, but aren't the people you want there. So look, conflicts of interest can be managed.
Senator, if I can just very quickly on that cabbage patch analogy, I've heard that before from a similar version of it from proponents of the tripartite arrangement, particularly in relation to industry clusters that would exclude training providers, public and independent. If I go back to 2020 data, in 2020, independent providers had just over 84% of students, but those students only attracted 22% of government investment in their training across the country.
Yeah.
So I don't really think that they're going to be in charge of the cabbage patch.
Yeah.
So I don't really think their argument holds any water at all. One of the real strengths that we see in JSA in the future, it'll take a little while to get there, is that it will really help students gain greater control of their choice of training. So we see JSA in time, not immediately, taking greater responsibility for improved student information, improved information to everyone in the market in relation to training, types of training, where it can be delivered and things like that. And so that eventually a student would be able to say, well, look, I want to go and do widget making here, and I will take the subsidy that I can access there. Whereas at the moment, that's not how it works anywhere in Australia. It's basically a case of, well, if you want a subsidy, you have to go there. That might be 3 hours away, but that's where you have to go. And so that's one of the areas that Troy was alluding to before, that the system is quite broken. So this is where we get to with the governance arrangements and the cabbage patch thing just not holding any water.
The current system's design, Senator, is government knows best. The choice of provider is really dictated by students or their employers. It's the funding model dictates it, which doesn't always produce the best outcomes.
So if I can do one more?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. What I see is the risk here is that we could just have, I guess, just a rebranding, a rebadging of the old system. So to really meet the ambitions and the aspirations that you've got, that industry have got, that ultimately students have got, what are the hallmark features of the design of JSA that you want to see that I can hold up against this government and what they're doing to measure in the future as to see whether or not it's actually addressing those aspirations?
Great question, Senator. Ultimately, the greatest safeguard to deliver those outcomes are state and territory governments are comfortable that JSA is meeting the skills needs of their workforces. The Commonwealth can certainly set an agenda. It can set targets in terms of apprenticeships in new areas. which merit inclusion, green energy, those sorts of things. But at the end of the day, all skills needs are local. It's the local business in the corner street in Townsville or Burnie or Devonport that cannot get the workers it needs. And so for the state and territories to have comfort that the Commonwealth is playing a lead role in putting in place that framework, that's where it works. If you've got states and territories disengaged from JSA, it's failed. That's its most simple sense. And that's partly important in the context of states and territories provide around 70%. It varies a little bit, but 70% of skills funding. If you've got states and territories genuinely appreciative of the work, believes that the agenda setting is correct, but they've got the ability to tailor that broader framework at a local need, that's it. Then there's to be some broader metrics. If we've been able to improve apprenticeship and traineeship completion rates, if we're able to improve post-study employment rates, there's a range of metrics that can be used to measure the success against long-term trends. But again, that's where the states and territories are important, because if you look at wraparound support for apprentices and trainees, to ensure that we get above the roughly half entering apprenticeship and traineeship completing, those services invariably delivered locally, and that's part of the argument there. So, Senator, it's very simple. If the states and territories are comfortable that you've got a national agenda that's adaptable and innovative to local needs, JSA is a success.
Okay, thank you. Good, thanks. Just a quick question before I hand over to Senator Pocock. Just on the important question that was raised before and sensibly raised before about independence of the director of the JSA in comparison with the NSC. You're aware that under section 27(2) that the minister cannot direct content on matters in its remit. So that aspect of independence is more robust in many respects. You want to make any comments about the necessity for that to happen, or your observations on that?
Look, Senator, having looked at the bill and the prior arrangements, I think that we knew the National Skills Commissioner, Adam Boyton, fairly well. Not for a moment would you suggest that his work was being dictated. He had an independent mind, as it should. In fact, one of the things we liked about Mr. Boyton is the numbers were the numbers. And we view the legislation very much as preserving that on the interim basis until we see a further tranche of legislation. But the other thing too, and this gets to Senator Sullivan's point of view, if you had a director that was somehow skewing the work of JSA towards a particular outcome, the states and territories were likely to back up. So I think with the understanding the current legislation is very much interim a measure, probably a life of no more than 12 months. The protections which you've alluded to are there, but also, quite frankly, we're now at a stage of Australia's skills and labour shortage. We need outcomes. That ultimately will be the success, and we need the numbers to drive that. And so, in many respects, the work of JSA is to provide the data and then provide a coordinating framework for the states and territories. So we're fairly comfortable that the current arrangements have worked well, and certainly the interim arrangements with JSA will do that as well.
There were some other witnesses earlier this morning that said that the importance of some urgency to get this legislation, the first trench through, so that we can get on with the important work that all of us, industry, so that in a broad way, can get on with looking at what needs to be done. Would you concur with that sort of sentiment? Do you have something to add to that?
I think on balance, Senator, it's probably a fairly accurate view from our point of view as well. The government's committed to it. Delaying the legislation potentially leaves a set of circumstances in limbo. The government's been very clear on its intent. On balance, we support JSA. With the understanding this legislation is interim in nature, we'd like to see its passage. To be honest, as you heard earlier this morning, the country has some profound skill shortages. We need solutions sooner rather than later. So allowing the NSC to continue its work with a new sticker on the front door, a slightly different management structure, will certainly continue that work. And then the government can, in concert with states and territories, with ITECA and other stakeholders, get on and looking at that second tranche to make sure JSA is really what the country needs.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
You mentioned before the completions issue. It seems like completion is a really big challenge in our current system, not just in our vet system, but also in our university system.
Yeah.
And, 1 in 2 completion rate, unsatisfactory. A young electrician on the radio this morning talking about why people are not completing. She said a lot of it was about income. It sounds that clearly you see analysis of completions as part of the work of the JSA, and beyond that, hopefully, some recommendations about what is needed to address that. What are your reflections on completion out of your experience? I'm just curious about what we should be doing immediately on that really big issue.
It's a good point, Senator. There are two issues here. Certainly, completions are a very useful metric, and we want more students to complete. There's a secondary measure which also merits further review, and this is the logic of some of JSA's broader remit, is whether completions is always the best metric. Sometimes simply post-study employment is a more useful metric. If they've got 2/3 of the way through their course and the skills and knowledge they've acquired through that course of study are used to help them into a job, well, sometimes that's relevant. So certainly completions are absolutely necessary where the attainment of that particular qualification leads to a licensing requirement. So
essential for electricians. For
exactly
example.
right. Good point, Senator. But sometimes the post-study employment may be a more useful metric. Now, that presents some challenges for our skills funding system because a number of skills funding mechanisms in states and territories, completion is the point at where the major payment's made. And so if you have a student who decides not to complete their course and then go off to work, well, the economy's better. We've now got a skilled worker, but you've got an RTO that's been compromised. And so there's a good debate to be had there, but this is really where JSA can look, both at the numerical basis but also determine whether in some areas whether completion is always the most relevant metric. Felix?
No, I think that point about completion's not always being the best metric by which to view the outcomes from training is a really good one, and JSA will be really in a really good position to view that at a national level.
But as I said, if we were to move away from completions, we then need to look at, and again this would be the work of JSA, a more detailed look at our skills funding system as well.
Thank you.
Senator Payman, I think we've got
Thank
a few
you.
minutes.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a quick one. Understanding that there's that final JSA, is there any particular functions that you would like to propose or you have already proposed that you'd like to see in the final JSA?
Let me go through them. I'd say there's a long list, but there's a considered list.
So one of the things I mentioned just earlier that we did have in our submission was about information for students.
Yes.
So we currently have the National Careers Institute, and we think it would be really valuable to roll effectively the National Careers Institute functions into JSA. That's probably not the most immediate function to go in there, but it's definitely a really important one because a lot of the work that the National Careers Institute does, and will certainly do in the future, will rely very heavily on the analysis of data and so forth and workforce planning activity that JSA will be doing.
Yeah,
So I think,
And the other one too would be the inclusion of the industry clusters, which are responsible for qualifications development. Rolling those within JSA makes sense at the moment. The current proposed framework, which isn't out in the public, is that they would report to the department. It would make more sense to have the industry clusters incorporated within JSA. Allied to that is the industry clusters at the moment are designed to have a workforce planning need. We would recommend taking that workforce planning function out of the industry clusters and leaving it simply with JSA. The reason being is we've said states and territories have a fairly mature approach. The skills forecasting, JSA will have that responsibility, then you'll have the industry clusters off doing their own thing. So we run the risk of potentially several different sources of confusing assessments. Also, in a practical sense, the industry clusters aren't really resourced to do that work properly. Better off leaving it with the with JSA. But also too, quite frankly, you'll end up having the Commonwealth pay for the same work twice. If you've got skills forecasting being done by JSA, and if they continue the tradition of the NSC, it will be really solid work. Certainly build upon it, but to then pay the industry clusters, which are contracted out to largely non-profit organisations as proposed, to do that work a second time is just wasteful and risk confusion. So certainly include the industry clusters within JSA, take away the skills forecasting need of the industry clusters and let JSA continue the excellent tradition of the NSC.
And the last thing that we have flagged is the the majority probably of training organisations in particular and businesses that hire workers are small businesses. We think there's a really good opportunity to have an individual at least, and perhaps a small team within JSA that has a specific role for small business. So looking at the role of small business, and because JSA will have, as we said, a role in qualifications assurance and approval of qualifications coming from the industry clusters. Just running a lens over that from a small business perspective, what does that mean for small business? What are the training needs, or what are the workforce needs specifically for small business mean? Things like that, because they are really quite different. So
Yeah.
I think that would be valuable.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your submissions. They'll be very helpful to the committee's deliberations in its report. And if you take any questions on notice, if you could reply to those by the 29th of August, that would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for your day.
Thank you.
Now welcome via video conference a representative from the Australian Education Union. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Oh, we can't hear you, Mr. Bates.
My apologies, Senator. My name is Kevin Bates and I'm the Federal Secretary of the Australian Education Union.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Senator. I don't have an opening statement today. I think our submission goes to the issues that are of significance, and I'd prefer to allow the time for senators to ask their questions and provide my responses accordingly.
Thank you very much. Senator Little.
Thank you for attending today. I'm just wanting to ask for a little bit more information on your recommendation that the JSA have additional functions to allow it to review and monitor the relationship between funding regulation and the quality of RTO service provision.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. I think one of the critical things that we've seen in terms of, and I guess I preface this by saying that our membership includes a significant number of workers in TAFE, and so they're responsible for delivering a wide range of qualifications across communities all over Australia. And we've had extensive involvement in this work over a very significant period of time. The significance here is in relation to findings, for example, that go back almost a decade, including inquiries by the Senate, into issues relating to the quality of training that's provided across the country. And I guess most particularly the stark differences between, in our experience, what public providers of vocational education and training have been able to deliver, that is our TAFE colleges, versus the broader expansion of private RTOs that occurred under the contestable funding model that had been created in the past. So from our perspective, one of the critical things about training is not just that training is being delivered, but that quality training is being delivered. I think for both the students and employers, there is a fundamental issue around confidence that the training that's being provided is delivering for both the student and the employer in a way which creates a true benefit out of the training that's being provided. So the extent to which we would have an authority that creates a greater capacity to be confident in the quality of the training provided is something which would be beneficial to the Australian community.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on a lot of your submission talks about TAFE and its role in improving outcomes in this area, noting that quality training is all about structure as well as the academic. This talks about what the JSA will do. What does TAFE need to do from your perspective to actually respond to the opportunities that are presented by a JSA?
I think really importantly, TAFE has stood ready to provide a fantastic input into the training, the vocational education and training community across Australia for a significant period of time. It's been held back as a consequence of funding arrangements. And what we see is there's an opportunity here with a clear understanding through JSA of future skills needs across the community to direct the work of TAFE and fund it accordingly to ensure that their capacity is unleashed. So I think what we've seen in the past has been a very clear contribution by TAFE right across the nation to great outcomes that lead to work and a fulfilled future for our workers right across the board, from young people through to mature workers looking to change careers. And in the context of an economy that will be going through a transition related to decarbonisation and other things, this is an opportunity for a strong public provider of vocational education and training to be in the space of providing the training that Australia needs, and we can rebuild our economy and rebuild our community off the back of that.
Can I just, in relation to you mentioned in your submission about a decline in quality apprenticeships and traineeships and the rapid decline in completions. In a lot of education settings, how it's delivered, the kind of material that people are expected to get across, hasn't changed in terms of a lot. COVID probably brought a lot of change in terms of how it's delivered. What kind of improvements do you think from your perspective could be made to how that training is delivered, and is the membership, are the unions ready for that change?
I think our educator workforce looks to lead that change. And the reality is that in consultation with the education professionals in this space, the opportunity is there to harness the change that's required that will be to the advantage of the broader Australian community. Where the challenge comes, however, is that there are significant decisions of policy that are binding on the deliverers of vocational education and training that aren't necessarily guided by educators. And so what we get is a mismatch between the efficacy of the delivery of education in the vocational education and training space and other drivers in that space. And so from our perspective, what JSA opens up is the possibility of having professionals at the heart of decision making around these issues that will lead to better outcomes across the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Good, thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bates, for being here. I understand you've just mentioned earlier that you've been consulting educational professionals. Have you or your organisation engaged with the department or the Minister's office in relation to this legislation?
Certainly we've had conversations. The consultation process has been broad and from our perspective, it is absolutely critical in representing the vast majority of the workforce in TAFE that the voice of the professionals, as communicated through their union, is important in the considerations of the government around this legislation. It will also be important going forward. We see a very clear role for the union that represents the vast majority of educators in this professional space as having a role into the future. But I guess most critically, we have a range of democratic processes that we use to consult deeply with the profession and make sure that the views, the variety of views that are put forward by members of the teaching profession, the educators in the TAFE space, are then being reflected back through things like the submission to this inquiry.
Absolutely. And following on to that, has it been your understanding that the final form of the JSA bill will be legislated to be introduced following the consultation with various industrial groups, state and territory governments, ensuring that there's a full range of functions and structure and governance that's being considered?
Senator, we welcome that proposal. It's very clear to us that this is an interim step and that the initial structure will then lead to the development of a formal proposal and legislation regarding the final form of the JSA. That to us is best practice. What it reflects is a genuine commitment by government to engaging with the people who are actually delivering on the ground in this important space, and a better outcome will be achieved as a consequence.
Fantastic. And my final question, as you're aware that the government argues that from inception, Jobs and Skills Australia will give effect to the government's commitment to a tripartite approach. Do you support the government's tripartite approach? And if so, do you agree that Section 10 of the JSA bill, which requires JSA must, where appropriate, consult and work with state and territory governments, their relevant authorities, employers, unions, training providers and other industry that gives effect to this commitment?
Thanks, Senator. Certainly from our perspective, we welcome the creation of JSA and the legislation that's before the House at this moment. From our perspective also, Section 10 goes to the issues that we've been pushing for a significant period of time. So this reflects, again, best practice in relation to broad-based consultation with representatives across the community that have a stake in the process of delivering vocational education and training and the outcomes that it can produce for our economy. And what it does is also provide scope for additional inclusion from our perspective, because there are key stakeholder groups such as students, for example, whose voice will also never be lost in these sorts of conversations, because it's their input that can make real advances in changes and policy adjustments that might need to be made into the future.
Great, thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Bates, for your submission and for being available to us. I've got a few questions. Do you believe that the functions of the JSA should include and be spelled out to include quality assurance in provision and particular attention to completions and employment outcomes, to enabling access for groups that currently struggle to get access, for older workers, for example, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander people, people in regions in smaller towns? Should those functions be, objectively spelled out in this JSA functions?
Our view would be that the JSA will be weaker if they're not. The entire purpose of the legislation, in our view, should be create a function within government that is inclusive, that creates a context where the Australian community as a whole has the maximum potential to engage with vocational education and training that is purposeful, but also provides quality and potential outcomes. For me, many of the groups that you've specified are groups that are currently missing in the conversation at many levels within vocational education and training. What our TAFE colleges have a strong record of is being able to deliver across our community in a way that does not reflect the profit-driven model of contestable funding that we've seen in the past. Because ensuring that groups such as those that you specified have access to high quality vocational education and training that can lead to better life outcomes is not the thing of a business proposition. This is about a community good, it's about a service to the community, and as a consequence it does cost additional funds to deliver in a way that's meaningful for those groups. But that should be a purpose and a reason for the government to ensure that JSA has that remit, because in the present context it would be our view that many of those groups are being left without the necessary access. And that it really is a consequence of a range of policy failings that have been extant and the subject of a wide range of inquiry over the last decade.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. You'll be aware, of course, of the Jobs and Skills Summit coming up and the issues paper that we've had put before us. It promises in the paper a strong overarching focus on women. And ensuring equal opportunity and equal pay. Obviously, the skills and jobs forecasting and the system of skill development is really critical in addressing women's access to decent pay. It's a really important way to narrow the gender pay gap, and also to offer pathways for women into non-traditional occupations. We were talking earlier this morning about truck driving. There are a lot of jobs out there that are paid more that women currently don't get much access to. What role do you think the JSA should have in addressing that kind of area of gender equality, equal pay, equal opportunity?
Thanks, Senator. An excellent question, and I think from our perspective, it is incredibly important to acknowledge that the membership of the Australian Education Union, almost 200,000 across the nation, is majority women, and so these issues are particularly important to us, and they stand at the core of the work that we do. So from our perspective, it is really critical. We cannot have any single government arm that has responsibility solely for the gender issues, the issues of equality, and really starting to address some of the long-term problems around gender pay gaps and other. This is about JSA and other elements of the government's broader framework, all being tasked with that responsibility. It is our perspective that unless the entire mechanisms of government are directed towards changing these things, then we will not see the change that is necessary. And in fact, in our view, the change that was very much front and centre during the recent election campaign and that the Australian community considered when it cast its votes. So, we think that reflects a broader community imperative that we have, once and for all, a genuine whole-of-government approach to dealing with these issues.
Couldn't agree more in terms of all pushing in the same direction to get change on equal pay and equal opportunity. The Minister, in making his commentary around the JSA, talked about an anchoring role for TAFE in the provision and response to the needs of our training system and its reform. What can be done to ensure that TAFE is fully resourced, fully government funded, and can become the provider of choice for vocational education and training in Australia, if it's going to step up to what the Minister wants? Yeah.
Thanks, Senator. I think this is very welcome language from the Minister because it reflects a campaign objective of our union going back decades. We have seen the gradual decline of TAFE in terms of its premier position, a world-renowned reputation for delivery of high-quality vocational education and training, and a quite deliberate undercutting of the funding and structures that support the existence of TAFE and the work that it does. This is about restoring TAFE to the centre of vocational education and training, a high-quality public provider that is tasked with responsibility for not just delivering those things that might, for example, provide for the skills shortages of the future, but rather deliver for sections of the community that might otherwise be excluded from access, that providing for sections of the community that might struggle to access education because of other deficiencies that exist within the public sector or within government services that mean that they don't get the opportunities that others would have. But that in itself requires there to be a very effective funding source and a guaranteed funding source. And so our campaign for a significant period of time has been about governments at the state and federal level guaranteed minimum funding into the TAFE system to ensure that they can build and plan for the future that will reflect the meeting of their responsibilities to the entire Australian community. And what we know is that TAFE has successfully in the past delivered into small rural communities, into major urban centres, has effectively delivered for people with disability, for people from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander backgrounds, for people who don't speak English as their first language, and has done so in a way that is about including all of those groups into our community and ensuring that they get the opportunities that we would hope all Australians will have.
Thanks, Mr Bates. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Mr Bates, I know you touched on this in some of your remarks, but just wanted to see if you might expand on it. The AEU has commented that there's been a marketisation of the vet sector, which you briefly mentioned. Can you expand that, what the impact is on vet and TAFE?
And it actually, I think, Senator, goes to some of the questions that we've already had today, and it reflects on this issue about how the imperative of the system has actually driven down quality and driven up market imperatives around profit making. What our pictures reflect to us, for example, is that they are driven in the work that they do with compliance and accountability exercises at the cost of quality teaching and learning going on in their classrooms. They are driven by the necessity to drive down the number of student contact hours from those that are specified in training packages in order to meet the obligations of organisations around the income that's provided. And so what we've seen is this death spiral in many ways that occurs in the funding model that ensures that we see fewer and fewer dollars being delivered to deliver an increased expectation around critical vocational education and training outcomes for the Australian community. Marketisation goes specifically to the notion that the bucket of money that's been allocated by governments across the state and federal levels is then up for competitive access by anybody who's providing training across the community. Our view is government should put the vast majority of funds, and indeed a minimum of 70% of all funds allocated by government, into the TAFE system to ensure that at the core of vocational education and training, the anchor of vocational education and training in this nation, is a high quality TAFE system that has the money that it needs to deliver for all of the students who want to access that high quality training within the TAFE system.
Good, thank you. I just want to one of the questions, the legislation expressly includes apprenticeships. So just on this question, the focus of the JSA, should it be regard to, what should the focus of the JSA be in regard to apprenticeships and traineeships?
It's multi-levelled. I think one of the issues that needs to be addressed is the perverse outcomes of the current funding model around salary subsidies for wage subsidies for apprentices. The 50% subsidy in the first year, declining to 10 and 5 in years 2 and 3, creates the disincentive for employers to maintain their commitment to apprentices over a significant period of their training, and indeed there's nothing to enhance the opportunities of those people undertaking apprenticeships and traineeships to transition into a job at the end of their qualification. But more importantly, I think it's also the reality here that when we look at completion rates, fundamentally we've gone from a system that not much over a decade ago saw very significant completions of qualifications. And the reason that the completions are so significant is because investment in the TAFE system in a bet is something that should result in people having a qualification that will see them through a range of employment opportunities in their lifetime. Instead, what we tend to see is short-termism that is about perfecting a particular access issue, but they're not seeing us through to ensuring that the people who are engaged with vocational education and training are getting the outcomes that are necessary in terms of their long-term career prospects and in terms of ensuring that in our economy we're generating the sorts of outcomes that we need.
Good, thank you. Yes. Sorry, Senator Pocock. Yes.
No, I think you skipped Matt before.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Just patiently waiting, that's fine.
Senator O'Sullivan, over to you.
Thank you. Actually, I only have one very short question. So thank you, Ms Bates, for your submission and for appearing before us today. For JSA to fully meet the aspirations that have been set for it, it needs to thread together lots of different areas to be able to meet the skill shortages, and we understand, right now that's an absolutely critical feature of it. So one of those areas is higher education. Has there been enough emphasis, in your mind, put on that in the formation of this legislation, and indeed, what will ultimately be the final package that will come to us?
I think where the overlap exists between higher education, vocational education and training and the broader skills shortages issue, there needs to be a holistic approach. So from our perspective, is it sufficient? I guess the question's open in relation to the way in which the legislation charges a broad range of responsibilities across consulting with parts of the community. I think to the extent that higher education has a role to play in that space, then they certainly should be part of the process of consulting around the impact of higher education providers in this vocational education and training space, but in the broader jobs and skills space.
So you would like to see it included?
Well, I think there's a space here in terms of the terms of reference, in terms of the broader remit. It should be a wide range in consultation that happens, and that would mean we would see anyone with a stake in vocational education and training as having a voice.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. That was quick. I just want to thank you very much for your time. Mr Bates, has been your evidence has been a great deal of assistance to the committee and will help us with our deliberations. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please respond by the 29th of August? That would be a great deal of assistance to the committee. Thank you again, and have a very good afternoon. We'll now suspend until 12 o'clock.
12:10.
Right to go? Yep. We now welcome in person a representative from the Australian Council of Trade Unions. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Scott James Connolly, Assistant Secretary, Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly, for joining us, and thank you for coming in a little bit earlier. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. The ACTU welcomes this bill, and with it the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia, both in its interim stage and, more significantly, its proper establishment post a proper consultation with stakeholders, including industry, unions, and equally the states, who we acknowledge have a role in this area. We support the government and its steps that it's taken to date in relation to the establishment of this body, and endorse the steps so far. We are eager to see this matter expedited, and the important work that we envisage for JSA to commence as a matter of urgency, cognizant, of course, of the need for proper consultation, and including in that consultation, of course, consideration of the workers within the department through our affiliate, the Community and Public Sector Union. I might just make some brief remarks about some of our thinking about the rationale for JSA and why it should be a permanent body established by statute, and then supported appropriately through that, and then by the department in relation to just the significance of the VET system and vocational education more broadly for workers across our economy, and our experience really over the past far too long in terms of what's happened with VET, what's happened with skilling, and our training and capacity building across our workforce. And our submission really goes to this, but just sort of some high-level remarks, Chair, about how significant this is, about how the current system has let us all down in terms of training and training delivery, that TAFE in particular, while enjoying high levels of confidence in terms of both its products and its delivery, has been undermined and disadvantaged in terms of both its delivery and its capacity to meet the need, and that the private market and the vagaries of private providers in the sector has equally been challenged in terms of both delivery and rigour in terms of how they've gone about meeting need. There's lots and lots of challenges in VET, unfortunately, and lots of work to do for JSA as a matter of urgency. But fundamentally, delivering training and skills is just so fundamental to what our nation needs and what our workforce needs going forward. It's our view that critical to what's lacking is just a failure of the system to recognise what industry needs and what workers need to meet the needs of industry. And this has not at all been assisted by the exclusion of the representatives of unions and business from the governance arrangements and advisory roles within the VET and training system, and without the fundamental connection with workplaces, workers and industry at these tables, we're in the situation to a large part where we are today, with significant gaps across our labour market. VET is a massive area of government expenditure, rightly so, and public investment. Significantly though, it's so important that it cannot be left to manage itself without strategic focus and alignment. Very much in our minds, JSA is an opportunity to provide that focus and alignment. And the problem that we've experienced with a decentralised approach, lack of coordination across the various delivery mechanisms in VET, has let us all down, and JSA is an opportunity to fix that, an opportunity to bring back the voices of industry, representatives of business and workers to these tables to collaborate design, co-design, innovate and deliver with each other and providers in the market going forward. Connecting skills investment with the needs of business and workers and their communities is so fundamental to what's needed for us all, and coordination and engagement by VET with industry has been an afterthought, unfortunately, to date. I think as industry, and I speak not for the employers, but I understand they were before the committee today, we've had many productive conversations aligning our thinking about both a diagnosis of the problem here, significantly that is our absence from this system, our collective absence, and then equally an alignment of our thinking about the opportunity that JSA presents itself and the urgency for it to be moved on as quickly as we practically can. So we acknowledge that the work to do is both immediate and needs to be both over the long-term horizon, that we need to be planning over those timeframes and thinking for the skills needs of our workforce today, but equally for the skilled needs of the workforce into the future. Current VET arrangements, of course, fall well short of authentic industry engagement. Just a very short assessment of employers' sense of the system is, very much in our experience, is that there's a real reluctance of them to engage with the system, even though they acknowledge a real dependence on it. We've seen a reliance on advisory councils and committee structures similarly challenged, and that the approaches to governance has ultimately failed to meet the changing needs of the workforce and the jobs landscapes, and we see that across many of the areas of our workforce where we're significantly underrepresented, be it women, be it ATSI, be it other parts of the workforce that are underrepresented in terms of their participation, or be it at the other extreme in terms of our capacity to meet the needs of the technology sector, automation or sustainability in both our health and care services where we have significant and urgent needs. So our ambition, of course, is that Jobs and Skills Australia will go a large part to bridging this gap, to assisting with the coordination, the planning, assisting with bringing the relevant voices back to the table in terms of industry, unions and workers and employers, and that it should be expedited. There's a range of functions that JSA should perform, and they should rightly be consulted and developed through that consultation, through and with industry, the government, of course, the department and the state governments and the bureaucracies associated with them. Our submission calls out a number of those functions in our mind, and they are only cursory and indicative at this stage, but we certainly see a core output of JSA being the development of a national skills plan. We see that supplemented on a biannual basis with a workforce development strategy over a 2-year time horizon, and that we'd imagine that critical to JSA's work going forward would be it playing a role with the soon-to-be established industry clusters that, again, we overwhelmingly support as an initiative that should be expedited. In terms of the governance arrangements of JSA, of course, we believe as a matter of principle that tripartitism is the best approach here, and we welcome the government's commitment to that being the anchor for how JSA will be established and governed. And then we do acknowledge, of course, that JSA will have an impact both directly and potentially on a number of other government agencies, and the integration of this new agency, when it is established with those agencies, will be a critical part of the work in front of the body in the short to medium term. And I'm happy to leave my remarks there, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much. Senator Fatima.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Connolly, for your submission. Acknowledging your support of the legislation and its importance and urgency, may I confirm that you or your organisation, ACTU, have engaged with the Department or Minister's Office in relation to the legislation and Jobs and Skills Australia?
We have, Senator. We've had some initial conversations with both the Minister directly his office, and we have a initial formal conversation with the department tomorrow. So we're, of course, eager to expedite this and doing what we can.
It's fantastic. As you mentioned earlier, it's very important to get this rolling ASAP. Has it been your understanding that this final form of JSA will be legislated in a bill to be introduced following consultation with industry and employer bodies, unions, education and training providers, state and territory governments, and others to determine sort of the next stage of Jobs and Skills Australia and obviously its structure and its governance?
That's our understanding, Senator, and we welcome that opportunity. We haven't commenced that in a formal sense, but we've had some informal conversations with the Minister and his office, and as I indicated, formally commencing with the department tomorrow. I think sort of our sense of the interim bill is it starts this journey. Frankly, it's not far off the mark in terms of where I think we probably could well land, but I think that's sort of to be determined. We do have some suggestions and improvements that we think should be taken on board, and we look forward to the opportunity to having those discussions.
Would you like to canvass what those proposals might be? Sort of what you're considering?
Really, for us, it's in terms of the objectives of the Act and sort of broadening out the planning roles, the imperative to think about the integration and workforce participation functions, and the integration of agencies. I think they're sort of things that our assessment of the indicative objectives in the bill is we could probably be clearer about those things, and we certainly have that ambition that we don't do enough in terms of maximising participation. We've got significant underemployment, significant underutilisation across the labour market, and the opportunity to integrate and have that as a key focus and front of mind in terms of how you upskill, how you utilise, is central to JSA being effective, and more significantly, our labour market being where it needs to be in terms of meeting the national need.
Excellent. Do I have one more question? I'm on a roll. The ACTU recently released a report calling Skilling the Nation, Addressing Australia's Skills and Migration Needs Now and into the Future, which included some commentary about what JSA should do in the ACTU's view. Can you confirm that those proposals are being put forward with a view to the second tranche of the legislation, not this legislation?
I can confirm that, Senator. Happy to do so. I think that document, absolutely, it's our ambition. It's a discussion we want to have with government and industry and the department about how JSA best meets both need today and the national ambition to be the agency that, I think a decade of failing all of us makes clear that we can no longer sort of not have a focus and strategic vision for both what our labour market is and what it can be, let alone what it needs to be going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. In your submission, sorry, I've just lost it off my page, you refer to it there not being, the VET system is failing in its engagement with industry. If I've got that quote right, I've lost it off my screen, but I had it there. Can you please explain what you mean there?
Look, really, I think in our minds, Senator, it's been a focus of the system that it's been led by outcomes and driven by outcomes as opposed to needs. So I think if you look at if we look at what we experience in many sectors, but let's pick health and aged care for example, where you've got significant skill shortages, significant challenges with our labour market currently, and we have delay in terms of getting training products through the process of the VET system. Yep. Industry at one voice here saying we have urgent need, significant shortfall in supply of labour, if you think about it in those terms, and a failure of the system, the VET system, in its current construction to be able to meet that need, let alone the bureaucratic structures that we're still wading through to be able to, get people trained and enabled to meet the needs in those sectors. And that's just one sector, but it sort of helps to illustrate what we mean by industry's here, and we've got a system that can't meet where industry clearly is on a unity ticket about skilling and training required to meet needs.
So if you were to write JSA's KPIs, what would they be?
I think we're open to working that through, but I think 5-year National Skills Plan, absolutely. Workforce development strategy, absolutely. Should be biannually updated. I think there's a lot of tidy up to sort of get through the immediate shortfalls and immediate crisis, and getting us a sense of confidence that the system is working for those that it's served. It's designed to serve industry workers, and their, the parties to the industrial framework, I guess, or to workforces. And we couldn't say that today. So if we fix those three things, over the immediate time horizon, that would be a significant step forward from where we are today. Then, of course, there's much more to do about thinking about what do we want our labour market to look like, what are the challenges over the more medium term in terms of the shape of our economy, let alone what's happening, but equally then what we might want to happen in terms of both influence and shaping, the foundation stones of our economy. And I think they're big, significant challenges. We've got lots of bodies of thought in this space, but no integration, no collaboration, no real centralisation about how we're bringing all these things together. And that's a more medium-term gap, I think, that JSA could serve. Of course, we're one view, and we're open to sort of thinking that through with our industry partners, of course, and the department.
And you mentioned the need for a 5-year plan, but at the same time being agile to meet the current needs. I mean, we've just been through this pandemic, and obviously the whole labour market was significantly disrupted over this time. So there's a need to also be agile. You want to share any reflections on that?
Oh, look, absolutely. I think that's a really, at its most stark, an illustration of how much we've failed in terms of planning, workforce development, but then equally some positive responses in terms of the capacity of the system to be adapted through emergency powers. And there's a process that established an emergency subcommittee that enabled us to quickly expedite training programs through the system in terms of both the healthcare sector, other parts of the economy where things were expedited quickly because of the COVID crisis. And that was, industry working together, the recognition that this was a national crisis and we just got through because of the urgent need. So, clearly we shouldn't have been in this situation. I think, the voices around supply chain resilience, issues around our health and aged care, they're pre-pandemic challenges. And they will sort of continue. So I think there's that gap about automation's not new. It's not a conversation that's just arisen in the pandemic. So I think being able to recognise those things, look ahead of those things, that's the negative of the pandemic illustrated how much we sort of missed the boat in terms of our capacity to respond. But I think it did equally illustrate the capacity of us to respond quickly and flexibly to meet urgent need. I think it's the step for JSA is, I think it just sort of, pardon me, Senator, is just making the point that all of this is urgent. We don't need a pandemic to make the case that we need to do a damn lot of work to upskill our nation, and that is a national crisis. So I think the pandemic approach to JSA is sort of where we start in terms of how critical this is.
You've highlighted the timeframes in terms of course approvals and various other approvals processes. How feasible is it to reduce those timeframes? What could be done to enable that?
It's eminently feasible to see them reduced, and my view is, if you have a unity ticket industry experts saying this is the need, this is the proposition, this is the product. Clearly, the time frame for that from there to the approval process should be, as it was during the pandemic, frankly, 4 to 6 weeks. And that's possible, it's been achieved, we can do it. And we should have, us KPIs, well, there's a starting point in terms of KPIs. The work has to be done, of course, but I think we should have that ambition about being able to expedite these things through to meet need. Of course, how do you balance that with, all the complexity? But I think the key thing to that is ensuring that you've got the right people at the tables making the decisions. Okay. And we did, during that experience, the model of JSA, in its current commitment in terms of the right consultations occurring. Our model is, of course, a tripartite approach. Having those people at these tables, at the decision-making bodies, is part of the solution there.
And on that point, we've heard from from training providers that they'd like to see it at the table. Do you have a view on it maybe being a quadripartite?
I have a strong view that this system, it's about national infrastructure, it's about upskilling, and it's about meeting that need, not how that need's being delivered. So I think I don't think the service providers have a decision-making role here, because they'll come and go in this system, and the history is they do come and go, but fundamentally the unity ticket here is industry, and that's what it's designed to meet. It's about training, giving industry the skilled workforce it needs, and upskilling and training workers to be able to meet industry needs. Government, of course, is the other key voice here, or governments is the other key part of this system.
So is it the role of JSA to be engaging with the providers, or is it more left at a state level, do you think, where that real rubber hits the road?
I think it's a discussion that should be had. Our view is that we haven't done well enough in terms of maximising the benefit of the spend, and I think there's a lot of monies allocated here that we could get better return for, and I think more focus on the expenditure, more connection of that to industry. Cognizant, of course, it's not just Commonwealth money here, there's state monies, significant state monies here as well, but I think the ambition to have the National Partnership Agreement reviewed, trying to get a unity ticket between the states and the Commonwealth about the system, about its mechanisms, about the funding machinery within that, all should be important. We think JSA should have a role in that, but we need to sort of work that through, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thanks, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Pocock.
Thanks for being here and for your submission. Just to follow on from Senator O'Sullivan's point about tripartite, do you see any role for underrepresented groups and the community sector in that voice and governance? Because, as you mentioned, the pathways in, increasing participation, drawing people into our skills and employment participation is a really important part of the resolution of the current crisis we've got. What's the role? Do you see a place for them at the table?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, Senator. I think providing mechanisms for those significant voices to be heard is critical, be that in the formal governance structures or subcommittee processes, or I'm sure our approach is simply tripartite, but it does, we don't go to detail in our submission, but our thinking certainly aligns with the need to elevate those voices. Obviously, community voices, underrepresentation is a significant issue, as is underutilisation. We need to find a way to make sure that's a significant part of these considerations. Our sort of thinking through is how do you call out so many areas of urgent need. I think participation's one that should be in that list. I think explicitly women's participation should be in the list. So there's sort of our thinking. I think the small business voice is one that's significant as well, about how do we make sure that's heard, be it formal or semi-formal. I think there's work to do. We're very conscious of not trying to overburden the process with a determinative approach, saying you've got to do this and this, and a subcommittee for this, subcommittee for that. But I think we should be thinking about flexible approach. But if the principle is ensuring that there's a diversity of voices, we absolutely agree with that, and we're eager to see that facilitated.
Great. Your submission draws attention to some really big challenges, the decarbonisation, the demographic changes, and even our idea of what industry is has changed, I think, now. If we look at the proportion of the labour market that now is, in the caring and services sector, it's really a different story. The JSA functions at present are fairly narrowly shaped in this bill before us, but I hear from you, you're looking to a broader range of functions over time. Quality assurance, probably improving the outcomes and employment outcomes out of our provision, enabling access and pathways into VET, a whole range of things that you over time would like to see the JSA do, not just a narrow labour market prediction skills analysis. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Senator. I think it's sort of critical to meeting the opportunity that this bill presents and this body presents. I think the NSC, to its credit, did a lot of good analytical work, but missed, Senator O'Sullivan's point, the connection. There was no dollars, effectively, no real impact. So you had a disconnect between the theoretical, clear identification of the gap and need, but no way to be impactful. And then it was traditionally constructed in terms of an absence of some significant thought about what's next. What are things we're missing here? And I think your point about industry fundamentally changing, our economy fundamentally changing, is something that we need to be thinking about. We have a view that there should be, in our ambition, opportunities for JSA, and we're keen to talk about this. Our paper last week talks to some of this, to think about how do you pick up just key priority areas. Empowering Australia is clearly a priority area. How that connects with decarbonisation, how it might connect with that challenge, and what else the government is of a mind to do that in terms of its work on the reconstruction fund. So I think integration is a key thing. Similarly, workforce participation. We're respectful of the other agencies that do a lot of good and challenged work in this area, but I think coordinating and integrating is an opportunity that JSA presents itself to bring focus to how we be better in those areas of our labour market.
You mentioned women, and your submission makes reference to women, and of course we've got a Job and Skills Summit coming up next week, which it gives a real priority to women. What's your view about giving the JSA a similar strong overarching function to help address equal opportunity and equal pay for women? Skills systems critical to narrowing the gender pay gap and getting women into non-traditional occupations where jobs are expanding, but women aren't there in the numbers that really they should be, given their participation in the labour market. Is that something you want to see the JSA paying attention to?
Absolutely, Senator, it is. And I think our language here talks about participation, cognisant that there's many areas of our workforce that are challenged and underrepresented.
Yeah.
Most stark is women, absolutely. So yes is the answer, and we're in engaged discussions with industry at this stage about how do we sort of get a unity ticket, ideally, about what are the immediate focuses of JSA, and we're working on with an ambition to present those to the summit next week.
Great. And my last question is about TAFE. The Minister has said he sees TAFE as an anchoring part of the evolving system. What do you think we need to see for TAFE to be part of that and to play that role, to step up, to be the anchor and the major provider?
Yeah, look, I think TAFE, we absolutely agree with the ambition the government shares for the TAFE sector. I think its devaluation has significantly been part of this problem. I think we need to see it back at the centre of the system. It absolutely should be the anchor. That's not without its challenges, though, and we're absolutely attuned to immediate needs about how do you encourage and uplift people to either stay in the TAFE system or go and transfer into the TAFE system. How do we attract people from technical areas to reinvest, be that on an interim basis or part-time basis, to enable TAFE to meet the need? I think we've got to just face the reality that if just in energy, think about that example, if we're looking at 14,000 apprentices going through the TAFE system in 2 years' time. TAFE can't meet that demand. Like, that's just the reality where we're at. So it's got to be part of the solution, but its challenge now is it can't meet the need. We're not going to be able to do that over the 2-year time horizon that the energy challenge presents us. But I think our longer term ambition should be that TAFE is lifted as VET is lifted overall, and as we meet these challenges, and we're looking at creative ways again with industry to incentivise, encourage, all from a principle in our mind that TAFE is back to the centre of our VET and skilling system.
Thanks, Mr Connolly. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr Connolly, for coming in today. The functions are quite specific in terms of the proposed bill. I'm just wanting to ask, what do you see as the role of unions in the responsibility proposed for the JSA? And if you can give me some very specific examples of, if you're at the table, where do you see you adding the greatest value to this discussion?
Yeah, look, thanks, Senator, for the question. Look, most significantly, it's working with the industry to identify need. That's, frankly, in workplaces, in industries, where there's a compact about what's the critical need, what's the skill set we need to develop, how you best develop that, what's the training needs and products, ultimately, that are developed to address those skills requirements, and then how is that done both in the immediate term and the long term. My experience is there's no better place to both identify the need but then equally find the solutions. And, so we're at that level at its most significant. And then, of course, ensuring through the processes that that's what the VET system is delivering. So in terms of the governance arrangements, it would be our most important role is here on the shop floor, but then it's, of course, ensuring that we remain true to delivering that in terms of the governance arrangement. So, as a focus, our role in the JSA board, as industry would be ensuring that we're cutting through all the in-between to make sure that that's what this system is about.
Okay, so there's industry, there's you
Yep.
There's a range of other people. One of the groups that I'm particularly interested in is the people coming out of the university sector, particularly for those jobs. There's a lot of talk in these submissions about TAFE and about the VET providers, but in South Australia, I'm particularly interested in people who might work in the defence industries, in the the advanced manufacturing. Do you see a place for them equally in this discussion?
I think to be, I do, yes, Senator, is the answer. I think it's not an immediate term. I think the challenge you identify is my assessment of the challenge is how do you integrate our education systems, all of them, to meet the need, and we don't do that properly at all. But clearly we need to, and the industries you've identified is sort of an illustrative gap about the failure to integrate those education systems, but we also experience it in our schooling systems, where we don't talk about foundational skills, about how do you sort of include those things at that core level, both in schooling and VET, be it the tertiary system, the VET system, or the higher education system. I think we see that as a gap that JSA should meet, and it should be thinking about that. It should be integrating those systems, but its core focus, I guess, in the immediate term is the VET system, but the gap and the challenge of integrating that, because it can't operate in silos, it can't operate without a mind to what's happening in our schooling system. Similarly, it can't operate in a silo that operates to the exclusion of our tertiary education system, and we think absolutely we should be thinking about that. If the ambit of JSA is to think about how we're upskilling the nation, how we're investing in skills and training, and how we're leveraging our education systems to meet that with a particular focus on VET, absolutely the answer to your question is it's work that it needs to be doing.
So given the understanding of the workforce issues that we've got right in front of us as a nation right now, this is proposing to look at existing, new and future workforce issues. I guess that's a reasonably major task to be looking at all of those three things almost simultaneously. What sort of time frame do you think that is required to actually start seeing some outcomes from this, given the differences in the timelines of those challenges, which might be apparent, which are apparent right now?
Yeah, I think they're all concurrent, Senator, and we're thinking about and working to solve these things now. I think infrastructure has been put in place to, to a degree, reassert industry voices back in terms of the cluster arrangements that's happening, in terms of a process where those industries are already thinking about all those three pieces of this puzzle, the immediate, short-term, longer-term, in terms of what their industries look like. And that's right and proper. JSA, as soon as we can get this stood up, enabled, playing whatever role we can all agree on and settle its role in this system, and hopefully that evolves. But I think it playing that overarching role is sort of critical to this. But I think that the challenges are significant, but I think industry is absolutely of mind that it's work that they do every day, and if we're able to bring with some urgency but vigour, coordination and support to this process and cut through some of the challenges, then I think the results we can already see, and there's already illustrative examples in the health sector I'm aware of where we are cutting through some of the challenges. There's work that will fall out of the summit next week around new apprenticeship programs where industries are identifying examples for apprenticeships. The key missing piece will be how do we get those supported? Are they initiatives that we can win support of for both states and the Commonwealth? But industries doing the work to say we know that there's a significant gap in terms of our tech jobs. We're of a mind that we should be having an apprenticeship in the tech sector. We're on one with industry that will develop that in consultation with them, and if that can be supported and fostered, then it can happen before Christmas. So I think there's a lot of unity amongst the coalface here that we just want to get on with the job and have a body that supports us to do that.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Connolly, you spoke earlier about maximising participation. Can you just give us an expansion of what that looks like and the areas that you think have opportunities for us to maximise that participation?
Yeah, I guess there's just three areas. Obviously it's women, absolutely, as an example. It's what are we doing with our young people? Absolutely. There's small pockets of this as well in terms of Indigenous communities, sort of call those out as well. And then I guess significantly what's happening in our regions in terms of, our failure, or perhaps failure is too strong a word, but we could do a lot more, absolutely, in terms of providing opportunities and skilling and increasing workforce participation. So I think what it looks like is at its most base, it's the opportunity to coordinate, identifying, both the analysis that we know and do and tells us that we're underrepresented in the labour market amongst women, young people, Indigenous communities, just those three examples, but connecting those peoples with jobs and programs in a real sense, be it in the tech sector, which example I've illustrated through an apprenticeship program that's going to target women, but equally target Indigenous communities if we're able to get it supported. So they're illustrative examples, and it really goes to just connecting the solutions and the infrastructure that can support these workers, and then ensuring that industry that knows that these issues are out there is agreed on what the solutions are, be they an apprenticeship program or a traineeship program targeting those sectors, and then ensuring that they're supported by the bureaucracy, be that state or Commonwealth, or through supported programs, or apprenticeship programs is just one that comes to mind, to see those people put to work. or enabled, provided with the opportunity to contribute to the labour market.
And the regional areas, which we know we have higher rates of unemployment and lower rates of opportunity, have you done any specific exploration around regional areas, particularly given that there are now so many growing opportunities in sort of renewable energy and sort of boosting our manufacturing capacity, which a lot of the opportunities will be in those regional areas. Have you done any investigation on that, or you have any views?
We absolutely have a view that it's a priority area, and I think the most illustrative example in our minds is the transition that's happening in terms of the decarbonisation and what that means, but our thinking around the immediate priority there around the energy sector. What are we doing about our national grid? What are we doing about our skill base to meet those needs? And absolutely having a mind to ensuring that there is a focus from those commitments that have been made to energy, the Powering Australia commitments, to see that targeted as it inevitably needs to be targeted to regional communities, but equally having a mind to ensuring that we're tracking and measuring outcomes across the regions. So our thinking, the government's made some commitments about procurement. It's just one example around an apprenticeship commitment. 1 in 10, I think, is the commitment in terms of apprenticeship programs, but equally the spends in regional areas, ensuring that we're able to track that we're actually meeting that commitment, that there is a proportion of women participating in these programs, people from Indigenous communities participating in these programs, people in regional communities participating in these programs, and we would see JSA playing that role and rightly reporting to this Senate committee at some stage about how it's gone in terms of meeting those needs. So that's work to do for JSA, and it's certainly part of its evolution in our mind, but I think we all know that these problems are there, but how do we track actually making the difference that we know we need to make, rather than continuing to keep talking about, well, it's okay that you're in a regional area or you're from a disadvantaged community. It's just harder for you to fight access to the labour market, and that's clearly not acceptable, of course, but equally a national failing in terms of where we're at in terms of the challenges we're facing in the labour market today.
So I note in your skills report, initial skills report, you talk about 70,000 less training places at TAFE over the last 10 years?
Yes, Senator.
Do you have a sense of whether that's been more focused in metro or regional areas?
I haven't. I can see what we can do to come back to the committee on that detail. I haven't got it to hand, committee, but happy to come back to you on that.
If you could take that on notice and bring us back some of those figures, that would be really beneficial. And look, I think that my only other thing is just a point of confirmation. So do you see any reason why these bills should be delayed in any way?
No, we don't, Senator. No reason at all.
So you see no barrier to them being passed as soon as is possible?
We don't, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr Connolly, for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Monday the 29th of August, and your answers will be great to assistance to the committee in our deliberations and our final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators. Appreciate your time.
I'll now suspend for lunch and return at 1:45. I now welcome in person representatives from the National Electrical and Communications Association and the Pharmacy Guild of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? Mr Harris.
Thanks, Chair. Scott Harris, Pharmacy Guild of Australia, Director of Workplace Relations.
Thank you.
Tom Emelaus, National Electrical Communications Association, General Manager, Training and Apprenticeships.
Thank you.
Kent Johns, National Electrical and Communications Association, Head of Government Relations and Regulatory Affairs.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Now invite you each to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr Harris, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Chair. On that side, it'd be a very short statement to go with it from there. The Pharmacy Guild of Australia is the national peak organisation representing community pharmacies, employers in Australia, and welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the committee. The Pharmacy Guild supports the bill and notes the proposed legislation will create an interim agency due to the National Skills Commissioner's legislation requiring to be repealed. The Guild understands a second piece of legislation will be introduced to create a more permanent agency after the Jobs and Skills Summit and further consultation has occurred. The Guild itself has long advocated for a dedicated labour market analysis within the tertiary and veterinary sectors to understand the current and future skills or workplace needs and substantial policies to deliver these skills. The National Skills Commission work is acknowledged on what they've done. However, more work is required, which this new agency could provide an opportunity to address. To provide some considerations for the committee, without limiting any future consultation processes, the objectives for the Permanent Jobs and Skills Agency could include develop and update a national workforce development strategy on a regular basis to identify workforce skills, needs based on the provision of ongoing, robust, evidence-based and independent picture of the current and future work skills at regional, remote, metropolitan and national levels. Whether we've got a current or future workforce shortages and an investment in and the outcomes from tertiary and veterinary services to go with from there. And I just welcome any questions if you have on that side, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Harris. Mr Emelaus.
Good afternoon and thank you, Chair and committee members. My name's Tom Emelaus and I represent the National Electrical Communications Association. I know my colleague, Mr Kent Johns here, Head of Government Relations and Regulatory Affairs. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. NECA would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to give evidence in your examination of the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill. NECA represents over 6,000 electrical contractors employing around 100,000 workers, and we have about 1 in 4 electrical apprentices in Australia are employed and or trained by NECA currently. So skills are a crucial interest of ours, and with the announcement in the last couple of days about the critical skills shortage, particularly in electrical, it's more so than ever. We support the draft Jobs and Skills Australia Bill and add our emphasis to that voiced by other industry bodies that the consultation phase foreshadowed in the establishment of the new agency should heavily involve industry. Skills needs evolve with technological, social and environmental changes, and industry is well placed to understand and respond effectively to this evolution. Accurately forecasting and planning skills and training needs is fundamental to equipping Australia's workforce to match employment demand and drive economic growth. NECA and a significant number of other industry bodies have previously endorsed the creation of a National Independent Skills Standards Authority. NECA strongly believes that this new body should be separate from ASQA, the training regulator, as the effectiveness of both bodies may be impaired by potential conflicts. NECA recommends that the committee supports the draft bill in order to commence the valuable collaboration between industry and government on the detail of the new agency. And we recommend that Jobs and Skills Australia develop a national workforce development strategy that will identify the skill needs of industry based on independent evidence-based analysis of the economy, and that Jobs and Skills Australia is maintained as an independent body to provide advice to government that strengthens the VET system. And thank you for the opportunity to appear.
Good, thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your submissions and for attending today's hearing. I'll start with NECA. You just, in your submission and your opening remarks, you referred to the importance of the body maintaining its independence. Can you just elaborate for the committee why that is so important?
So independence, particularly from ASQA, we see that the regulator, in terms of the body responsible for ensuring that the training system, the training delivery and so on, the integrity of that's maintained, and the body responsible for determining the training standards and working out where funding's going to go and so on. So we think separation there is important.
And are there particular conflicts that exist at the moment, or are you speaking about making sure that that's maintained?
Yeah, to date ASQA's had that independence, so there hasn't been a conflict, but there were some proposals in earlier this year of potentially bringing the organisation into the future Jobs and Skills Australia or in closer, and yeah, that's something we don't think is in the best interest of the vet industry.
Okay. And how critical for you and your organisation to have that workforce planning aspect of JSA robust and strong, given you're a direct industry body and employer as well? So
yeah,
how critical is it for you even?
Yeah, the workforce planning is absolutely crucial. I mean, we're looking at the moment of forecasts around 18,000 short, being 18,000 short across the country in electrical trade-based workers. And this is at a time when we're looking to, invest in Powering Australia and the other government initiatives. And so planning for that is crucial. It's a skill area that you can't easily bring in from overseas. And so the best option we've got is to train Australians in that, and there's obviously a lead-up time of several years to do that. So planning around that's crucial, and that's everything from promoting the skills to supporting people who are in the trades, trying to increase completion rates and so on.
Are you a training organisation as well, or is that a sort of vertically integrated part of your business?
Yes, it is. So the Contractors Association basically represent all the electrical contractors. Yeah. We also run some non-profit training providers within the NECA umbrella in each of the states and territories, and group training business as well that employ a large number of apprentices.
And are you in any position here today to be able to reflect on their wishes and wants out of this new body?
Yes, well, they align with NECA's, and right. I am in that position as that's my day job as the right. CEO of one of those RTOs.
So you cover it all.
Yeah. Yes. So look, it's crucial for us. We're seeing challenges, increasing demand for apprentices and for training in our sector, and increasing difficulty in attracting people to the sector at a time when wages are climbing and so on. So we're doing our best to try and avoid a future shortfall that could act as a handbrake on economic growth.
And how critical is it to have industry input into the running of JSA?
In regard to informing JSA on how they're doing workforce planning, where investment should take and so on, we think it's absolutely critical. The vet sector, perhaps more so than school education or university education, is intrinsically tied to industry. And so the successes that we have are because we're working very closely with industry to understand emerging technologies, what their future demands are and so on, and making sure that the workforce planning development we're doing and the skills that we're delivering are what they need both now and for the future workforce.
Okay, thank you. Mr Harris, the pharmacy featured prominently in last year's National Skills Commission Skills Priority List. On page 4 of that of the National Skills Commission's priority list, what's the industry? What's needed to really address that skills shortage for your industry in particular?
At the moment, Senator, I'll go with those aspects. We're noticing it dramatically in regional and rural areas where we are getting a shortfall of trained pharmacists who want to go and work in those locations. We used to fill them a lot of the time using immigration or overseas visas to come in there while we're training up our people within the universities to take them out there. At the same time, we're looking at what other incentives that could be possibly in size to take people out to those areas. That's where we're seeing the real shortfall, is the regional rural areas to provide primary health care. Even though they're working to the hardest out there, they are still struggling with the times. And we're actually starting to see that a lot more now in the pharmacy assistant areas where the shortfall is in those regional and rural areas where the population isn't there anymore. But we've still got to keep the pharmacies open in those areas to provide primary health care as the only avenues in those locations and meet the needs.
Okay. My reading of this bill and the aspiration and intention of the JSA, there seems to be a big focus on vocational training. Obviously, for your sector, it's a high-level training and higher ed. Are you at all concerned? Like, should there be equal emphasis or multiplied emphasis? What do you think?
I'll answer that on that side, Senator. I believe it should cover the whole workforce, regardless if they're a tertiary or vet side of it. You're looking at the whole workforce to provide a capability to the Australian people and to the communities and where they're working. I would advocate that both sides are given the equal amount, but the vocational side has been the stronger side at the moment because you've got more data to fill in those areas and what we've got to do there, because there's been the traditional trades and the traditional traineeships in that area. I would strongly suggest that JSA should be looking at engaging with all government departments, wherever the data comes from, and making a good workforce planning picture across the whole lot. They shouldn't just stay by themselves. It should be an integrated activity that occurs to make this workforce plan happen.
Yeah, and it's not to say, I mean, the legislation it gives enough breadth to allow it to have that focus, but certainly the commentary and the rhetoric around it just seems to be a lot focused on vocational training. How do you see the prospects for your industry going forward, maybe in the immediate and even medium term?
Prospects for the close future on that side, Senator, from a workforce plan, because Pharmacy Guild's looking at the numbers already, because it is one of our major issues from an employer's point of view, that we don't have people on the ground to provide primary health care to go with it from there. And the numbers don't look the best because we've got an ageing population, we've got an ageing workforce too at the same time, and I'll say it on the part is, with COVID coming in, it's actually changed how people want to work and what hours of work they want to do. We need to get a handle on how many people want to work and where they want to work now into the future.
Okay, just final question for you all. There's a bit of hope being put into this new body, and you support the legislation, which is good. What should its KPIs be? What are the hallmarks of the success of this if it's established? What does it need to look like? Who wants to go first?
I'll jump in, Senator. Yes, look, we think critical issues for us, for example, are things like completion rates. So what can we do to reduce the wastage in the vet system? So the National Council for Vocational Education Research currently has electrical trades finishing around 55% of people who commence. NECA in our own businesses is closer to 90%, and there's a number of factors that drive that. So we hope that with the new agency there'll be the opportunity to look at what has been successful in the past at getting better results out of vet, making more effective outcomes for the industry and for the economy, and perhaps build on those initiatives to expand that into other parts of the country and other sectors of the economy as well.
Okay, thank you.
Second that thought, because we have got the pharmacy assistants who are in the vet sector, and we have got a very high loss in that area, but at the same time their age group is getting older too, so they're not wanting to work out. So we need to work out what's going to happen and how to keep them in the workforce to go forward into the future. And we hopefully the agency can help us work through those issues.
Okay, great.
I think what we're also after is attracting the next generation of electricians. So how we approach the education system, how JSA will deliver those, and also how we're going to get the additional trainers. So getting those tradesmen who are currently on extremely high salaries to come in and start training the apprentices of the future.
Yeah. Okay.
Good thing. Thank you, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Chair. Staff both organisations, have you, your organisation, been engaged with the Department and the Minister's Office in relation to this legislation?
No, Senator, we haven't been directly with the ministers, no.
And I concur that, not directly, but we've had informal input into what's going on through other associations at the same time.
Okay, so you're looking for further consultation into the future?
That's our understanding of this legislation, is that it enables further consultation.
Cool. So just wanting to check, so this is the first step. Obviously, the Minister's made quite a strong commitment to that engagement and consultation. The aim of then developing a second tranche of legislation. Is that clear in your understanding?
Yes, Senator, yes. So in looking at the legislation, it's exactly how we see it, that there's envisaged to be a pretty detailed consultation phase from here that would establish the new JSA and what its priorities and so on are. And yeah, we're hoping that industry will have a strong role in that process.
And similarly, coming out from the Job Summit, to go with some of the commentary made around it and what findings from there can help inform what the KPIs for the agency could be targeting towards now and into the future too at the same time.
So you'd be supportive of the tripartite approach that the Minister's taking in terms of engaging industry in the further development?
Absolutely.
Yes. In skills particularly, we tend to work very closely between business and the unions. In my 20 or so years involved in VET, it's been a very close arrangement there, and we've got the same goals and objectives to try and skill support Australians into future workforce.
And same this side, Senator. We work very closely with the unions on what is, because they are a profession on the pharmacy side and the pharmacy assistant side, being that we work out what is needed and we try to achieve that result.
Great. So for Nika, the Jobs and Skills Australia research and analysis to help boost completion rates for your apprentices, what can Skills Australia do, Jobs and Skills Australia do?
Senator, when we look at what we've managed to achieve, I guess through our own experience and working with other industries as well, the difference between the 55% completion rate that is being achieved on average and the 90% we're achieving is really three things. It's selecting the right students or the right applicants to start with, and there's work we can do around pre-employment programs to help identify that. It's also around having industry-driven skills training, so the training is made as appropriate as possible for the workforce. And the third one is in providing support for them along the way, for example, with effective mentoring programs. So we're getting quite good results, and we always try and make the distinction between private colleges and the industry-led non-profits who have no objective other than recruiting, supporting and training the next generation of workers. And so we work, I guess, a lot in parallel to TAFE in achieving that. But because we're so closely tied to industry, we've been able to get some fantastic results around that. And the net outcome of that is not just a saving on lost investment from taxpayer dollars in vocational training. It's lost time for young people's lives if they go several years into an apprenticeship and then fall out.
And do you see the role of Jobs and Skills Australia addressing some of the employment barriers in the sector?
Yes, Senator. Well, if I can jump in on that one, we hope so. During the consultation phase, there's a number of ideas we can put forward. One that jumps out at us all the time is the mature age apprentice barrier, and it's just a feature of the current award system that if you commence after your 21st birthday, you're on about a 45% higher wage than if you were a day before, and then that difference continues throughout your apprenticeship. So it acts as a disincentive for employers to employ so-called mature age people, and it's arguable whether 21 is a definition of mature age, but it is in the award system. And we find that in our industry particularly disadvantages women. We get a lot more female applicants looking to take on electrical trade after they're 21. So where there have been pilot programs to address that difference, to encourage employers to take on mature age through incentive programs or subsidies and so on, they've had great success, both in terms of increasing the pool of people coming in, but particularly women.
Okay, and do you feel that in the face of the kind of skills crisis we're looking at the moment, that employers are becoming more open to mature age apprentices?
The dilemma that you have is the actual cost burden that's there, and what we would like to see is that gap to be somewhat not as wide as it is. It's currently around about $40,000 over the period of an apprenticeship. What we find is mature age apprentices are actually better apprentices. They come in with far more mature attitude. And as Mr. Amalaeus has said, it's a disadvantage to women participating in the construction industry, but particularly in the electrotechnology. So what we want to see driven is getting greater female participation. We're losing out to at least 50% of the workforce, and they make fantastic electricians. They're also very much attracted to the solar and renewable energy sector, which is our sector. So we would like to see that addressed, and I think Job Skills Australia should be able to start looking at some of the barriers to entry, and also looking at within training, how we address the culture issue. And let's not beat around the bush. The construction industry has a cultural problem when it comes to female participation, and there needs a large education program to start changing that culture within construction and electrotechnology.
Senator, I've got the other problem is I've got a highly feminised industry, and coming that age group, once you start getting past 24 to 30-year-old, they start moving into the caring responsibility, and I start losing them dramatically from my workforce. I'd like to work with JSA on how we keep those people in the workforce longer, or getting them returned back to the workforce to use their skills going forward into the future.
Great, thank you very much.
Senator Little.
General question first. I just want to understand a little bit about the about NECA. You talk about vocational training, and you talk about electricians. Do you have any interest at all, or do you work in the area of electrical engineering with the tertiary sector as well?
Yes, Senator, we have some involvement with that. I'm a former electrical engineer myself. Our members employ some electrical engineers, so there's some tertiary involvement in there, but the majority of the workforce have a trade-based background, so that's where the focus is on skill shortages. We haven't had a huge problem in getting the electrical engineers that we need, but it's also a career pathway, so we do get people coming in with a training background and then later on moving into design, estimating, engineering, project management, right. Tertiary type occupations.
Okay, and Mr Harris, you're talking about people who are pharmacy assistants right through to pharmacists themselves?
Correct on that side, Senator. I have both vocational and tertiary side. The profession is the higher education side of it, while the pharmacy assistants are the vocational side, which is not compulsory, but it's nice to have that set of skills.
Okay. So I guess one of the questions I've got is, so who do you think should actually be at the flank of JSA, actually advising them on matters to do with workforce, and who's currently missing from that mix in the general narrative that we're seeing? Is there anybody missing from the mix? Is there anybody whose voice should be elevated at this particular time because of where we're actually at in terms of new, emerging or current workforce?
Senator, I guess we see it as an opportunity in the establishment of the new agency to make sure that all the right people are at the table. We have had opportunity for engagement in past models as well, but with the new model coming in, we're keen to see it well established to start with. As I mentioned previously, we've got no issue with the bipartisan approach to it, so working alongside unions in defining skills and working out what the workforce priorities are. And so I think if all those voices are, if the agency is established with structures in place for ongoing consultation with the participants in industry, I think we've got the best chance of success.
So your interest is in not just obviously seeing VET, but also seeing the tertiary sector engaged holistically in this
Mine is on that side from the Pharmacy Guild. We want to see the whole workforce come together because it is the whole group for us to provide primary health care. We can't deliver health care without both sides of the fence, so we're not making a distinction between the two.
Senator, on our side, there's sometimes a conflict there, which I'm sort of happy to declare, in that in trying to recruit people into our industry, one of the biggest challenges is the increased number that now go on to university. And when I go to schools to talk to students, there are many who say, I'm going to uni, but don't know why or what they're doing. And we see those students 4 or 5 years later, with a $40,000 HECS debt and a degree that hasn't led to employment, then looking to do a trade. So while there is a place for a transition through VET into tertiary education, we think particularly around Jobs and Skills Australia will need to have a VET focus and make sure that it is driven by industry to understand the actual skills needed there, some of which will be tertiary, rather than coming in with a sort of an equal approach between tertiary and vet up front.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thanks very much, Senator Pocock.
Sorry, I've got a lot of rabbits running around in my mind, so thank you. A very rich discussion, and thanks for your submissions. I'm just curious about your sector, Mr Harris. 5,700, was it, pharmacies?
Approximately 5,800 community pharmacies across Australia on that.
How hard is it to predict the skills shortages coming at you in a relatively discrete sector, spread across in different kinds of areas, but...
Very hard.
Very
hard.
hard.
And that's why we're asking for JSA is going to look at that whole lot, bringing together the health sector, bringing together the ABS, bringing together the state and territories to come with it. What is going to be the future needs, what's the current needs in the place, and work through it. I'm doing a workforce capability look at the moment myself through the guilds part, and I am struggling dramatically to get all those information. And if we have a larger agency with more resources, it could pull it together a lot easier for ourselves.
It seems, listening to both of you, that you would like the agency to be able to do that job and a lot of other jobs as well. For example, help think about culture, retention of older people in your case, and draw more women in your case. So it seems like it's not just the labour prediction and skills predictions you're looking for. You're looking for assistance with a range of quality, retention issues. Is that right?
Yes, Senator. We'd see the JSA would also, it's going to take on the role that the AISC had previously, so in defining what skills are, so literally what is an electrician, what are the competencies they need. And Australia's got a very strong national skills system that a lot of nations don't have, and so we'd look to see that continue to be built on rather than fragmented. And so that's going to be a crucial role that will be overseen by JSA through other groups. And then also in the broader roles that the National Skills Commission had previously had, such as attracting people in, providing relevant careers advice to young people looking to decide what to go into, so that we can really give people all the information they need to make informed choices, and that's going to get us a much better balance to meeting the workforce needs of the future.
And similarly, Senator, on that side, I'd be working with our Home Affairs on working out what is the immigration, what's our skills priorities listing to come through there, where there are shortfalls in predicting it, because it takes anything from 4 to 5 years to train one of my professionals, no different to the engineers on that side of it, and even doing the trades and that, from the green trades and the black trades to go with it. You're looking at 4 to 5 years to train somebody up. We've got to fill those gaps, so we've got to know they're coming down the path line.
Very impressive retention rate in your sector with your apprentices. Did I hear you say 90% retention to completion? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. In the NICA, the businesses across Australia, we're getting 85 to 90% completion from those that have commenced their trade through to walking out with an electrical licence at the end. And if we narrow it down to two factors, it's the recruiting the right people to start with. So you don't just hire the kid next door, someone who's got the aptitude to do the qualification, and support along the way. And over the history, we've had a number of mentoring programs, and some of them have been quite successful, because if you lose a young person along the way, it can be for any number of reasons. It could be electrical theory, it could be what's going on at home, but having that sort of holistic support helps people reach completion, because it's a tough road. You're up at 6:30 in the morning across town on a fairly low wage as an investment in your future to a really promising career, but you've got to get through that initial part. And having that sort of integrated approach with industry-led training and that mentoring and support along the way. And we think those things together are what are getting us that high result.
And Senator Pocock, if it's okay, just want a clarity question. Yes, Senator O'Sullivan.
When you talk about the retention rate, is that for people that are trained with your your RTO, or is that across the?
That's the people who are trained in the NICA's got a number of RTOs, and yes, the people who've been trained and employed through NICA are achieving that rate. The average across all people doing the same trade in Australia is about 55%. Okay,
thank you.
So an interesting example to learn positive lessons from, you think, in NICA. You mentioned wages, though. Are they a factor?
Because that's what we hear I hear that from young people, that their wages are a problem.
Yes,
Too
Senator,
low.
absolutely. For an apprentice starting on an award wage, in many cases, it's about $15 an hour for first year. You know, you can earn more than that at McDonald's potentially, or certainly at Kmart or something like that. So it is an investment in your future, and that's the story we sell when we're trying to promote the apprenticeship. Is this is where you can be in a few years' time. And I guess the flip side to that is if they go to university, they're getting no income while they learn, and in fact getting a debt. So, yeah, just getting that messaging out there. But certainly low wages make it challenging, and that does contribute to some dropout.
Sure.
We are seeing, however, some university students coming back and applying to become electrical apprentices because they see that the long-term future and long-term earning capacity of an electrician is somewhat higher than those with a university degree.
I wonder if I could ask just the last question about women. What proportion? You've got a lot of women in pharmacy, clearly.
I'm leaning close to 90%.
Yeah, and how's it looking in electrical apprenticeship at the moment?
Senator, in the electrical industry, electrical contracting industry, it's only 2 or 3. In our apprentices, it varies. So, for example, in my ACT branch here, we're at 15%, which is an all-time high. We've achieved that through running female pre-employment programs, so schoolgirls can come in and see that the trade is something that they want to do and actually have a go at it. About half of those are then transitioning to become apprentices. So we've started down the journey, but clearly a long way to go, and we're missing out on half the talent.
And do you see a role for the JSA in assisting both of you to deal with the gender challenges in your sectors?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submissions. My first question is about the government's tripartite approach. That, you know, from inception, Jobs and Skills Australia will give effect to that tripartism. Is that something you support?
Yes, Senator, on that side.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. As a former pharmacy assistant myself, I do understand the challenges that are apparent in that industry.
Electricians lose on this one.
Mr. Harris,
I think it's a statement to say, Mr. Harris, you're making some very, very good points.
Yes, Senator.
along with, I guess, the shortfall in regional and rural within that sector, but also, you know, trying to broaden your horizons. Can you describe other pressures that, I guess, you know, pharmacies within the metro areas are facing, and how you see potential ways of, you know, alleviating those stresses?
I'll go to one part to that one, Senator, on this side. We do have the same pressure across all regions. There's the metro, regional and rural. They're all experiencing shortfalls within the workforce itself and people attracting to them. The metro one's a little bit easier because it's a larger workforce and you can advertise a lot more and attract people to come there. Easier transport to get to the jobs in those ones compared to the regional and rural areas to go with from there. So that's why I haven't made the distinction between when I was talking about regional and rural as that major problem. The other one is we're finding in the regional and rural areas is due to the COVID, it's become more evident that you can actually work online a lot easier and earn just as much and much more and not have to be standing on your feet all day. And I'll go on the side, Senator, you understand that part. Standing on your feet, dealing with customers who may not be the best person in the world to deal with, and you're dealing with that confrontational in your face all the time. We've got to change that type of culture too at the same time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And either as the interim entity or for the second tranche of legislation, are there any particular proposals or matters that you'd like JSA to consider in particular?
For myself, it's getting actually an accurate number of how many people we need now and into the future, of what training we need to go forward, how many extra people we'll be looking at recruiting and that to go with it from there, what skills we'll need, and that will actually help feed into potentially the immigration to go with it.
Yeah.
And how do we make ourselves more attractive to increase the economy and workforce overall?
Yeah, definitely need to incentivise that place, because I've got friends who are just falling, changing careers. I would like to get your view on, I guess, the electrotechnology side of things. Are there any proposals or matters that you'd like JSA to consider?
Yes, Senator, we've covered a few of them already, but in particular we'd like policies to be evidence-based. So when JSA is looking to where we're going to invest in the future, what are the skills and the number of skilled workers we're going to need in our different sectors in the future to really drive the country's economy and meet the skills needs, and then work backwards from there. So how do we get to that using JSA's mandate? So do we, what skills are we developing? What are we promoting out in the community to try and get people into those areas? Because we'll have challenges like reskilling people who are moving out of industries that are declining, while at the same time we've got new industries growing. So JSA, I think, would play a crucial role in working out how we can get the best outcomes there for those workers too.
And there is an example, if you look at the government's Powering Australia plan, that will be driven by electricians. And to get an accurate handle on the quantum, we're working closely with the ETU and with industry, but that will be a JSA remit. That is a huge policy position of the government and a huge rollout. So we look at that as something that we need to identify the frontline people on that, which will be our electricians.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've spoken about female engagement, but have we considered diversifying the workforce in terms of like the culturally and linguistically diverse communities, and how do you hope to reach out to them?
Yeah, it's a good question, Senator. Our organisations run a number of very successful Indigenous pre-employment programs particularly, and we're going to continue to do that. And that's brought quite a few Indigenous Australians, often from quite disadvantaged backgrounds, into our industry to have successful careers. We find that outside the Indigenous issue and the underrepresentation of women, we've got a very culturally diverse and linguistically diverse industry already. There don't seem to be major barriers for different communities to come into, electrical contracting or the electrical supply industry. So that's a real positive, and we'll just continue to work on the areas where we're underrepresented.
Excellent. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
That's all good. Look, I'd like, first of all, to express my appreciation for the coming here this afternoon, and thank you for your evidence. It's a great deal of assistance to the committee. It'll help with our deliberations on our final report. And if there's any matters you've taken on notice, if you were able to answer those questions and return them to the Secretariat by Monday the 29th of August, that would be a great deal of assistance. So thanks again, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
And now welcome in person a representative from the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia. Not here yet. Righto.
Coming through the door.
Oh, so my apologies, we're jumping the gun. We'll just... No, you're on time. You're on time. And I was mistakenly calling you in before when you weren't actually here, so my apologies. It's not...
That's all right. Create panic.
It's the chair, it's not you. Yep, good to see you. Well,
Designed for big people. My feet aren't touching.
They all are just on your right-hand side, up the front.
At the front, just right at the front. Oh, like a car. Oh, there we go.
there you go. Cool. Good. I now welcome in person a representative from the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Certainly. Alexi Boyd, the CEO for the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, COSBOA.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Ms Boyd.
Our presentation is relatively brief today. It highlights the support we have for the Jobs and Skills Australia on behalf of small businesses. The position that we have is one of COSBOA and not necessarily one of any of our individual members, but representing small businesses in Australia and the opportunity which JSA provides. It is our hope that the Jobs and Skills Australia will provide small businesses with the opportunity to have influence at the strategic end of VET and skills planning into the future. The reason why this is so important is so that small businesses understanding what their needs are of their future workforce, how they work and interact with the VET and skills sector, how they skill themselves and their workers is all available for consideration for Jobs and Skills Australia into the future. We have a number of suggestions and recommendations as to how we'd like to see Jobs and Skills Australia support small businesses in that journey. And those basically look at the way that small businesses interact with the skills sector now and into the future, and of course has an industry-led approach to make sure that the future needs of workforce planning for industry is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms Boyd. Appreciate your time today. Can you tell us, have you had any engagement, you or your organisation, with the Minister, the Minister's Office or the Department over this legislation?
Yes, we have. We've been lucky to be consulted and listened to in terms of what the future needs of what JSA might look like. All of these positions have been largely made public through things like our advocacy framework documents, discussions that we've had as part of the VET roundtable, industry roundtable as well, which again largely speaks about what the strategic thinking and how small businesses should be at the front end rather than the back end of VET and skills in Australia. I think what's largely been missing in a lot of the thinking to date is that the consideration of small business has always been, well, what credential or qualification works for you and how can we retrofit it or how can we make it fit into what you need, rather than saying what are the future workforce planning requirements of your industry, what do you need, and how can we make sure that the VET and skills industry meets those requirements into the future, rather than what can we do to try and make our qualifications fit into small business. And we believe through discussions with the department and with the ministerial office that way of thinking is changing, which is really pleasing.
Great. So your understanding of the bill, this is the first step, and then there'll be further consultation about the scope and such like. Then there'll be further legislation. Are you confident in how that's rolling out, or how you've been engaged in the process and how you see it into the coming months?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have been pleased, particularly with the ability for COSBOA to have that unique small business perspective and give that voice. One thing that can be said about our members is they are very actively involved in the skills space, and for two reasons. One, because it is basically how small businesses grow, innovate, change, is by sometimes hiring the right skill set into your organisation or upskilling your organisation through new opportunities. That's how we change in a lot of ways. A small business owner can only do so much to take their business to a certain level, and they're all their ideas, but we all know that when you work in a small group of people, it's the sharing of those ideas and the learning from one another and the sharing of those skills that means small businesses can grow. And that's how we would like the department and the Jobs and Skills Australia to shift their thinking in recognising that in order to make the 2.2 million small businesses out there fit for purpose, we need to make sure that the skills that are available to them to use are fit for purpose. And if I could just add, a really important part of that is recognising how small businesses operate within the system. And one of those really important factors is micro-credentialing. It's not every small business that just uses the apprentice system. It's not appropriate for all of them. And sometimes they don't even necessarily use the VET sector or the university sector. Sometimes it's micro-credentials. And I'll give you the example of, sorry, I just gave a really personal example yesterday. I'm going to do the same again today because it's the one that's popping into my head. My husband's been in video production for 20 years. And when I was talking to him about Jobs and Skills Australia, and I was having a conversation, he said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I said, well, I'm talking about skills and training. He went, oh, like what I've been doing? I said, well, what is it that you do? He said, I watch videos. I go to events and I talk to other people and I go, how are you solving that problem? And they go, oh, I did this course, or I went and did, the guys who operate these cameras or have designed these cameras, they're a great Australian company, Rode Microphones, for example, are great Australian companies. They were doing a short course on how to use their microphones. I went and did the short course. So how can we look at the way small businesses interact to upskill themselves and their workforce and make sure that they are included in the future of VET and skills? And I think that that's what the COSBOA voice is aiming to do in the coming time. So to answer your question in a very long-winded way, it's that, yes, we do understand that that is being that's being in a way understood and being included into the future of JSA.
The micro-credentialing is an interesting concept when we look at the different elements of the training sector. Do you have any, I get your example with the video piece, do you see a sense or any opportunity or value in almost chunking down some of the qualifications into a particular element?
I understand your question is more, do we try and break things down into more usable chunks? That's one approach. I wouldn't presume to know, being not an RTO or a skills provider, I think in some sectors that might be appropriate, but it's more about what is small business doing now to upskill themselves and having those micro-credentials in some way recognised as part of, if, for example, a skills passport would be implemented, making sure that those are recognised. Because what we're inherently seeing is we're seeing a lot of big businesses create these micro-credentials frameworks. You're probably aware that Google does it and Microsoft does it. They're offering a lot of opportunities for small businesses to find the right things that I need to upskill in, quickly do it and go. That's really great. They're helping in best ways that they can, but there's lots of small businesses that are doing the same thing. So let's not just give that credentialing to the big boys. Let's actually make sure that micro-credentials in all of its different forms are in some way recognised, because that is the way that small businesses are working within the system, within the VET system, as well as utilising all of the formal qualifications that are available as well.
But do you see that micro-credentialing as potentially being something that someone could sort of nest up to a more formal qualification?
Potentially, yes. I would suggest that it would be best to speak to those who provide those sort of qualifications as to how that would work as a building block. But we know that small businesses are upskilling using that, both themselves and their workers as well.
Okay, just a final question. Do you see any reason why the Senate should delay the passage of these bills?
No.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Little.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks for making yourself available, Mr. Boyd. You've explained how you've been engaged in consultation on the JSA already, an assumption being that you wish to continue to be a stakeholder in that initiative. You talk in your letter about there currently being too many agencies, and that one would assume then that you'll be pushing for a reduction, less complexity in terms of navigating that system. Tell me a little bit more about what it's like now and what would it look like in terms of measurements for success.
I think one of the potential benefits of having, I guess, an overarching body is the potential to oversee, when small businesses are navigating the system, they have to look at the different jurisdictions. So you have to understand what's happening in your state. For example, one of our members who's highly skilled in this was able to do a presentation for the rest of our members on one of our closed roundtables and explain to them all the different states and how they operate and how the funding operates, and that can be quite complex to navigate. The hope is not necessarily to consolidate or change any of the ways that states work independently, but a body that can oversee this and make it maybe slightly easier to navigate the system a little bit. In a lot of ways, when we think about the funding of skills, the funding is often the dictator of where the skills go towards, whereas what we'd like to see is industries leading as to what the skills are that are needed, and the funding follows. So there could be a role there for JSA to look at the inherent way that VET and skills is funded and make sure that the funding follows where the needs are rather than the other way around. So it's not necessarily that there are particular components of the VET and skills sector at the moment that are broken. It's more of an opportunity to revisit all of those components and saying what can we do to consolidate a little bit, just to make it a little bit easier for small businesses to navigate.
Okay. The current structures such as VET take quite some time to work their way through. If you're a trainee or an apprentice, is there room for a system, a process that provides quicker access to trained employees, skilled employees for small business, particularly?
That's quite a large question because it looks at inherently what's happening with employment as well as the question around migration and the question around skills. I do agree with you, it can take some time to work the way through a system, but one of the things that we could see to alleviate that is any duplication of qualifications that might be out there that could easily be deduplicated. And then it, again, if you're looking at it from an industry-centric approach and you've got a particular qualification that you want to examine for yourself or for your workers, or bring someone on with that qualification, and you're finding that it's available in multi-jurisdictions or even it's available in some places, it's basically duplicated. Wouldn't it be easier to just know that there was only one stream to make sure that you're getting the right fit-for-purpose qualification for you or your worker? So that's one thing that we think that it could resolve as well.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. Thank you, Senator.
Good, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thanks for being here. I'm in awe of trying to do a training plan or strategy for a 2.2 million businesses who are spread
all
across,
up here.
Yeah, across all the occupations and all the industries. I mean, how can you possibly plan for that? It must be very challenging. And this is a body which is being set up essentially to help plan. And you look to it, as you say, to make it easier to make the system easier to navigate, to find funding, create more voice for industry. Is it going to help you plan in such a complex area? And is it possible to plan, I guess?
I should explain that as COSBOA, we are the voice of each of our member organisations. So through our 50 member organisations who have very varied, you're absolutely right, needs and requirements from the vet and skills sector, we sort of provide this overarching voice and say this is how small businesses broadly navigate within it. When we come to how we'd like to see JSA consult, it is on an industry-specific basis, because the needs of someone who uses an apprentice, such as a hairdresser or a tradesman, is very, very different from someone who is a commercial asset finance broker who may be looking for someone with very specific skills, needs to have those skills recognised in a certain way, needs to be able to quickly navigate the system. So half the problem is that, as I said, there's duplication of services. It can be difficult for someone's who's the first time operating in the system and saying, I need someone with these skills, and not really even understanding where that comes from. And who does that small business turn to for help? They go to their professional associations, and they're the ones who really understand how the vet system works for them, and they're often the ones who advocate in an industry-specific way about what the industry needs, and sometimes what the industry doesn't need as well. Mm-hmm. So to answer your question about how COSBOA can operate within that, our role is to provide a generic, if you will, small business voice, with also the view of what each of our members' needs are, and then opening those doors for them and making sure that those voices are heard.
So some of those industry bodies, which sort of cut down through COSBOA,
yes,
would see a role for a package of skills rather than I'm thinking of farmers, for example, or pharmacists we've just had in here, and electricians. They do see need for a language about qualifications and an understanding about what a 3-year certificate in farm skills, whatever, means.
Yes.
So there is a role for that in those industry silos.
That's right, and to assist them with understanding, they will look at that from an industry-specific point of view and work with the RTOs, work with the private RTOs and the public sector to find out what the best pathway is, because we all need to remember that nobody just takes a linear pathway with education anymore. There's a lot of bouncing around, there's a lot of picking and choosing, and that's the future, and how does a small business navigate someone with that skill set, and how do they be able to read that? So yes, you're right. Small businesses utilise their associations. They look at it from a very specific needs basis for the industry. The small business owner is looking at it from a very specific needs for their business.
Yeah. You mention lifelong learning in your letter. How important is that, and how much of a focus do you want that to be on the JSA agenda as something that they contribute to assist workers to go in and out of training over the life cycle and including as they age?
Well, one of the reasons we included lifelong learning is it's not just about the workers, but about the small business owners themselves. So in the vast majority of cases, they are working in the business. They are doing the work. They've got their hands on the tools. They're doing the stuff, especially more and more with worker shortages, they are making up for the shortfall. And they themselves are upskilling and continually upskilling through lifelong learning. So that's, I guess, the inclusion is to understand that there is a broad way to learn, and lifelong learning is that continual learning process. And not just within one industry. Many small business owners may say, oh, I think I'm done being that. I'd like to switch over to this, and I'd like to upskill. Which of my qualifications can be recognised? What have I done? So it's that recognition of that everyone is continually learning, but they're doing it in a dynamic way. And what does the future of that look like? And JSA needs to be cognisant of the future and cognisant of how small businesses operate within the system, and make sure that they're not left behind and we're not back in the bad old days where we just go, there's the qualification, oh, look, you've got a job placement, let's pop that person in there. We're not where we want to be. We want to be at the strategic end, at the forward planning end of what workforces and workplaces look like in the future.
Great. Thank you, Ms Boyd. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Boyd, thank you for being here today. I understand that you're in support of this legislation. I've been curious asking every panellist about their support of the government's tripartite approach. Where appropriate, JSA must consult and work with state and territory governments, their relevant authorities, employers, unions, training providers, and other relevant stakeholders. Is this something that you support?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just trying to find a way to articulate the fact that COSBOA inherently works with everyone who is trying to make the system better. So we're in support of working with everyone who's trying to improve things.
Awesome.
Sorry, that was a bit short, but
that's
essentially
that's fine.
we
Sometimes
are.
the best answers are
We're all for that.
Fantastic. And knowing that you understand the challenges of your member organisations, and noting that this legislation is establishing an interim body, is COSBOA considering to put options forward to the government for consideration in the second tranche of legislation? Because you mentioned that the potential for a commissioner for small business in JSA in your submission.
Yes. We will continue to consult and offer suggestions that will make things better for small businesses with them in mind, given that they're quite often the largest player and the largest cohort of people who are operating within the system as a business group. So yes, our suggestion of having a small business commissioner is perhaps a mechanism whereby someone horizontally can look at all the different elements and ways that small businesses interact with the system, because we are often horizontal. We're not just about micro-credentialing or just about the apprenticeship system or just about university sector or just about the future skills. To have someone who has those considerations across all of those streams would be very important for us.
And just a side question for my own, understanding, how do member organisations go about sort of becoming part of COSBOA? Like, is that something you go out recruiting, or do they come to you? Is there a requirement? What's the process?
The only requirement we have is that they are a not-for-profit member-based organisation, and that they wholly or mostly, the majority of their members are small business. So we have people with tens of thousands of members, all the way down to 300. Our most recent member is the Australian Music Association, who represent wholesalers and manufacturers of musical instruments. So we have quite a really diverse range of members, and we don't necessarily recruit. It's through our work that we do publicly. It's the fact that quite often we can fill in the gaps of the really tough advocacy stuff, that they don't have the manpower to do that, and they can focus in on their industry-specific needs.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms Boyd.
Thank you for the question.
Good, thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Boyd, for appearing before us today again. Look, I guess I've got a lot to ask, but it's along the lines of the questions that Senator Pocock was asking. I mean, I do don't envy you know, the task that you have in representing the views of just so many diverse, different businesses across the entire continent. It's a phenomenal role, and so when a body like this is being established. Making sure that it's responsive to the needs of all of those different businesses would be an incredibly difficult task, but nonetheless very important, because they're often the takers of whatever the regulations are and whatever the system is, and don't always have because they're busy just running their businesses, right?
Yes.
So is that why you're advocating for a small business commissioner that would sit within that to really be that strong and loud voice on behalf of small businesses?
I think there's a number of reasons. The one is to have someone who has a really broad understanding of how small businesses in all of their iterations would function within the vet and skills sector, and then not necessarily advocate for, but work to make processes work with small businesses in mind. So you mentioned compliance and reporting, and that's one of the things we're always trying to pull back from and fight for. That person would understand inherently how a small business owner would operate within the system, how member organisations that represent small businesses would work within the system, and then with that understand in a functional way how to make things not so complex or not so onerous in terms of reporting, or easy to navigate, or making sure the funding models are appropriate and accessible for small business. So not necessarily as an advocacy role, that is something that we can support with, but we could support that person in that way. Again, you're right, it's a role that would need to be across many different types of organisations.
And the word you used in your submission was have a roving brief. So
a roving brief, yes,
yeah.
Because they would be horizontal, because they would be at times needing to examine how an apprenticeship model or a new apprenticeship model might be fit for purpose for different small businesses. And then they would have to say, well, we've got a whole new system for recognising micro-credentials and how people can plug in their micro-credentials from big organisations down to small. How does that work with the small business in mind? It's a functional process that they can look at how small businesses will operate in the system and then represent accordingly.
Okay, and have you raised this idea with the government?
Yes.
And are you able to tell us what the reaction is?
Well, our reaction is that, we've raised it and we're really pleased to hear that they're listening.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good, thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Other questions? Good. I'd like to thank you, Ms Boyd, again for coming in and joining us for yet another matter. And also, your evidence is a great deal of assistance to us today. I know the deliberations from the committee will be a great deal of help. So if you've taken any questions on notice, if you'd be able to return answers to those questions to the Secretariat by the 29th of August, that would be a great deal of assistance. Thank you, Ms Boyd.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, everyone.
Thank you. I now suspend until 3:25.
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of TAFE Directors Australia.
And thank you, Ms Dodd, for coming in a little bit earlier for us as well. Appreciate
Pleasure.
it.
Thank you for having me.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So thank you.
Thank you. TAFE Directors Australia represents all TAFEs in Australia, including our TAFE divisions of dual sector universities. So that's 29 TAFEs, and 6 of those are dual sector universities. In terms of the Jobs and Skills Australia legislation and the repeal of the National Skills Commissioner, TAFE Directors Australia is very supportive. We believe there is an immediate need in an environment of full employment, labour and skill shortages. There is a need for such an oversighting function. Indeed, we find ourselves in a particular time and place where we have significant requirements for skilling. We have significant requirements to make sure that the demand and supply in our labour force is married and is matching both current industries and, most important, that emerging industries have a voice. There is a demand for higher level skills, and that can be represented through both vocational education and higher education, and that requires a degree of better planning rather than an ad hoc process to how skills are required. Therefore, we are supportive of the holistic workforce planning approach that we believe that Jobs and Skills Australia will bring. We want to commend the National Skills Commission on the work that they've done to date. We think it was an improvement to the sector. However, we do believe that it lacked the voice of local employers, local contexts, and that particular piece of work will be better delivered through the work of Jobs and Skills Australia. So we see it as a valuable collaboration between government and industry, between industry and employers, and I'd like to distinguish them in many ways, employers being at the local environment where they intersect with their local TAFE. We see it as a place where an employer authentic voice can be heard. We see it as a place where Commonwealth and state contributions can be brought together very effectively. We are very supportive of the role that the unions right across the board will play, and as the public provider, all TAFEs look forward to being at the table for the first time in a decade in decision-making and thinking. We think that the governance is a very important component of what needs to be considered here so that Jobs and Skills Australia is able to have the authority it needs to deliver the functions that are required. That may, of course, be developed through the second iteration of the legislation. And so we see it as a priority to progress the interim director appointment. We just make note that this is set in the context of significant VET reforms, and therefore, in conclusion, we really do see the oversighting role that Jobs and Skills Australia will be very valuable for the current system and bring all those pieces together. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Senator Little.
Thanks for attending today. We've heard a bit today about local solutions. In fact, you mentioned that yourself. Existing challenges, emerging needs and future demand. You mentioned that 29 TAFEs, you represent 29 TAFEs across the country?
Yeah, so TAFEs themselves have very different organisational structures. So TAFE New South Wales is one organisation and one registered training organisation and has nearly 500 million students, compared to a regional TAFE, say in WA, where there are 5 TAFEs that might have 12,000 students. So we represent all TAFEs. All of the jurisdictions sit on the board of TAFE Directors Australia. So the Managing Director of TAFE New South Wales, Mr Stephen Brady, he's one of our board members. Similarly, TAFE Queensland, TAFE SA, and then in the smaller jurisdictions, Tasmania and ACT, also operate on single TAFE systems. And that's why the numbers of actual members are relatively small, because of the different organisational structures in which they operate.
Okay, so you mentioned the diversity of structure. What about the diversity of readiness or capacity to respond to the work of, or the needs, the workforce needs now?
So TAFEs, we have over 550 locations around Australia. That's physical locations. That's not to talk about on-site training in workplaces. That would grow those numbers. It's not to talk about the work we do in online delivery, etc., etc. But physical campus or training facility locations. TAFE has always prided itself on being locally relevant to communities and to local employers. My previous position was CEO of TAFE in Tasmania. Prior to that, I worked as the Chief Academic Officer in TAFE Queensland. Prior to that, I was at the Canberra Institute of Technology. It wouldn't matter which jurisdiction you're in, which regional facility of those TAFEs, be they large or more condensed or more confined, they all work with local employers. And it's the local employer who steps through the door and says, this is what we need, these are the skills we need to meet our local economies, and that's where TAFEs interact. We also, of course, work with our local student population. And the local student population, for example, in my immediate experience, in parts of Tasmania were different to the local student population in my previous role in TAFE Queensland, which was General Manager of the Gold Coast. So we need to customise and contextualise to those needs as well. So TAFE has always been local, it's always been employer responsive, but we also work within the national training system.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. And now to Senator Pocock. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your submission and for being here with us. It seems that you support a more strategic, examination about workforce and skills needs into the future, and you're arguing also for attention to emerging industry sectors as important. You mentioned also ensuring a voice for students and learners. We haven't heard a lot about that today. I've heard a lot about industry voice and the need for that. How do you see that voice being assured in the work of the JSA?
Yeah, it's a good question, and thank you for it. TAFE work with local employers, and I think the Jobs and Skills Australia is about listening to the voice of employers and what they need. But employers don't work in a vacuum. We also have our students and learners who make decisions themselves about what they want to study and how they're going to do that. And that first relationship for a TAFE is indeed with their learners and students. Our stakeholder relationship is generally with our employers, but there's not a transactional relationship by and large with employers. It's with there is if we get into fee-for-service delivery, but it's the majority of our business is working with our learners and students. In many ways, our national training system and some of the way in which the reforms have evolved, which have been industry-led, very important. We're not diminishing the importance of that in any way. Sometimes have lost sight of what does it mean for an enrolled student when there's constant change occurring, and what does it mean for us to be able to also make sure that these programs are offered for vulnerable, for disengaged. So TAFE, and by and large, picks up extraordinary work we do with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students with disability, with those who are disadvantaged in literacy, numeracy, digital literacy. They are many of the cohorts with whom we work. But we're also working, very importantly, with the higher level skills of vocational education. And so here, for example, at CIT, the work that they're doing with cybersecurity, they're doing in renewable energy, and that's around the country as well. So we are very much engaged with industry, but we also have that direct relationship with students. And it's only in the apprenticeship relationship or the trainee relationship where a student has a direct relationship with an employer. Their relationship is with us as their training provider.
Yeah, so clearly very important. When you look at the functions that are there for in the existing bill, recognising that it's going to develop and grow, when I look at your submission and hear you, it seems like you see a set of functions that are useful beyond only predicting where skills and employment might lie into the future. For example, availability and access and pathways, quality of outcomes, completions, all of those things. Is that the case that you see a role for a larger set of advices and action? Yeah.
Absolutely, we see that role, and we also think it's very important that the voice of understanding what it means for a learner comes through. Micro-credentials, which have become a buzzword in some ways. TAFE has always offered skill sets. They're really important. We don't deny that, and we know that's industry's call. But equally so, for an equitable and fair Australia, we need people who enrol with TAFE need the right to get a first qualification. Because most of us who've been in the workplace for a number of years have those qualifications, and they give us the leverage to therefore go forward in our careers. And so whole qualifications are also very important, and we will advocate for that as a right for students through Jobs and Skills Australia.
We've just had the Electrician Contractors Association in, sadly telling us that on average across the country 2% of electrical apprentices are women. I'm sorry to say that 40 years ago I worked in Newcastle to improve the proportion of women in electrical apprentices, and it was 2% then. Yep. It's 2% today, except he said in the ACT where real interventions are being made around pre-vocational pathways and a whole lot of action. TAFE does that action well in some places. Is an important part of looking to the future and enabling and supporting TAFE to create those pathways and to challenge some of the gender segregation, for example, in the labour market?
Yes, absolutely, because I think it's that triangular relationship between student, employer and TAFE that can enable that. It's absolutely our view that employers need to step into the mentoring in their workplaces that will enable a workplace culture that will be open and equitable and inviting. Our workplace cultures have to become inviting for people to look at different careers, different pathways, and that does need proactive intervention to achieve. And TAFE can be right there in those partnerships. Good examples, and it's not so much about women, but good examples are things like working with industry. When I was in Tasmania, when we were working directly with unemployed people to give them skills with a local employer in welding. And so that we had a cohort, and that cohort were like each other. And that like each other can often be a way to help improve completions.
Okay. And the last question. The Minister has said that he sees TAFE as an anchoring part of the movement that he's making through this measure and others. If TAFE is to be an anchor in a way it perhaps hasn't been in the last decade, how is that going to be brought about? What will be essential for TAFE to be able to step up and to play its role in our renovated vet system?
So the first answer to that is obviously investment and funding. But that's not the only answer. It is an important one, and state governments, to their credit, are continuously making that investment in facilities and so on. But the most important answer is the importance of TAFE having a voice in the design of training and in the partnerships. A decade ago, TAFE was at the table responding to employers and industry. And the shift to a marketised system, but also to standardised products, has taken away some of that ability. Jobs and Skills Australia has a role in creating the environment that allows those local employer relationships, much to the first question from the Senator, Senator Little. It is about local conversations, about local solutions. I'll give you one example, and it was in our submission. The work that TAFE Queensland has been doing with BHP and Mitsubishi Alliance was all about creating a new certificate to an autonomous technologies to meet their needs for future skills training. And they had to do that through an accredited process themselves. We need more of that. We need to have the flexibility and agile that if an employer walks in, we're able to find the solutions for them now, not go through some long process. And we see Jobs and Skills Australia as being fundamental in keeping that oversight of the entire vet system that will allow that flexibility.
Great. Thanks, Ms Dodd. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Dodd, for being here. Great to see the excitement, but, after a 10-year drought, having you at the table and, being the voice for TAFEs. I would like to ask you, have you had much engagement with the department or Minister's office in regards to discussing the legislation?
Both, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
with the Minister's office in particular, we have had engagement, yes.
Okay,
they have been consultative, and we have, separate to the submission to the Senate, we have put some ideas to them as well.
That's fantastic. So the Minister did outline in his second reading speech that over the coming months the government will consult industry and employee bodies, unions, education and training providers, state and territory governments and others to determine the next stage of implementing Jobs and Skills Australia in its structure and its governance. Has it been your understanding that this final form of JSA will be legislated in a bill to be introduced following the consultation?
That is our understanding, correct.
Fantastic. Yep. And you're satisfied that the bill helps facilitate that approach?
We're very pleased that it's getting going.
Yep.
And that consultation has been agreed will be the next phase prior to the delivery of the next phase of the bill, and very pleased to see an interim director appointed who will be tasked to consult. And sometimes you need the right leader for the right time, so that may not end up being the same person who takes this organisation forward in 8, 9, 12, 10, 12 months' time. I think that's quite appropriate because it's often a different set of skills that will bring to an outcome that will listen to the voices right around the sector. And this is a complex sector.
Yeah, no, absolutely understand that. And understanding the complexities of all, do you see any reason that the Senate should delay the passage of the two bills?
No, we actually encourage the Senate to move quickly. This will help the sector and will give guidance, especially to some of the other reforms that are happening, which you can't lose sight of as well, such as the formation of the industry clusters. This legislation needs to go through to give clarity as to how some of that is going to roll forward. Otherwise, it will continue to be as piecemeal as it's felt for some years.
Thank you. And we spoke earlier, or you were mentioning earlier about funding. There are proposals to adopt efficient pricing models in funding agreements. Do you think JSA will be able to inform those type of funding proposals?
I think JSA has a critical role in informing those funding models. And we started this conversation about talking about the importance of local environments, and local environments are very different around Australia. And so understanding what it might mean to bring students into very strong employment opportunities in parts of Australia compared to other parts of Australia will be really important. So standardisation is one thing, contextualisation is another, and we advocate very strongly that the context is listened to more strongly than the standard and efficiency being the only measure.
Fantastic. I think that's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Dodd, for your submission and for appearing before us today. I was wondering if you can help me understand, or can you just share with me your views about the importance of having training matching the needs of industry for the jobs that are available now and into the future?
Well, really the vocational education and training sector that's its purpose. Its purpose is to train for industry, and it is to train people and to educate them so that they have capacity then to be able to control their own careers, whether they exit into a particular industry, as largely our apprenticeship population does, they study for a particular outcome, or whether they more broadly study.
I'm an example of that.
An apprentice?
Yep, and here I am today.
Well, it's wonderful to see someone who's been in the vet sector this environment.
Went through TAFE, yeah, I did.
Well, there you go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything else you wanted to say there?
No, that's
okay. And so, in terms of measuring the performance of vet, and whether it be an individual provider or a particular course, do you have a view on there being a greater focus on the employment outcome rather than just the completion of a course?
So we are really strong advocates, and we did put it in our submission, to increasing the amount of workplace learning that occurs, and that requires employers to step in and enable that to occur. We can't do it without them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We don't want it mandated that you have to do 120 hours or 150 hours. That's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about a stronger collaboration that brings employment and training in a committed partnership. That is really, that will see the success, and it will see the success at both ends, both for the employers and for the students. That doesn't take away the work that TAFE also does, and it's a very important part of our work in foundation skills, English as a second language, training for migrants, the whole range of broader skills that we provide across our population. We have both functions, and they're both important. But where one, the foundation skills, and then moving into employment skills, that's the most successful outcomes. So we have that broad mission to deliver both.
And is there other initiatives underway, or should there be going forward, to have better tracking of employment outcomes, so post completion of a course?
So there's a whole range of reasons why completions are a pretty blunt measurement. Some of those are that students will actually exit the course and get the job in the industry that they require. Another one in the Australian context, unlike in some of our European neighbours, we don't actually require licensed outcomes for many of the occupations in Australia. If you think the tourism and hospitality industry more broadly, putting aside qualified chefs, but the rest of the industry, the retail industry, very broadly, we don't have a system where occupational licensing outside of some of the trades is required, trades and nursing. There is, therefore, a collaborative partnership required between employers and training providers and TAFEs to provide those learning experiences that will improve a student's experience in the workplace so that they can actually be able to learn on the job and perhaps continue their studies as well. And that would be the most ideal outcome.
Okay, but should there be some sort of role maybe within JSA, the new JSA, the permanent JSA, to provide reporting back in terms of the number of people that completed a course and then were in the job and sustained in that job?
I think it's a very important conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would think it's a role. I think it's a very important function of JSA. Oh, you mean a broad role? That you don't mean an actual designated position. You mean a broad role of conversation. Yeah. Absolutely. I think there is some of that conversation that will be needed. It's an interesting place, though, because we would also argue that those who design and control the training from industry have a role to play there as well, because as you constantly change training products, hurdles for completion can get much higher for students if they have to, for example, do more units of competency, or that our students are by and large adults. They've got very complex lives. They have families. They work in complex environments. And so what are the conditions that will help people to complete their course? They're the questions you're asking, and JSA does have a role. How do we improve those conditions to help people get to the end?
Look, I'm really interested in seeing a greater connection. For 10 years prior to coming into the role that I have now, I was engaged in finding jobs for long-term unemployed Aboriginal people across Australia. And a lot of the issues I'd hear from employers is that people would come out of the vet system. Some of them had done a full course, some just little micro credentials, I suppose. But they weren't able to fully meet the requirements for that job, and then so that in turn impacted retention in the job. So, to me, there's a real need to have a greater alignment of the delivery of training and the units of competency with the needs of industry and of employers, so that they can actually provide them with a job. Otherwise, we're just training for the sake of training, and that's not going to suit anyone. So, I guess where I'm going is how do we better measure the effectiveness of training and completion of courses through to employment is, I guess, where I'm going.
So I'll answer that in a couple of different ways. One, I think it has to be a co-design. And so industry has a role to play here. Exiting a training course doesn't mean you're complete. It means you've got some of the capabilities and competencies to perform in the workplace. Industry and employers have a role in induction. They have a role in support. You gave the example of working in the Northern Territory with...
across Australia,
with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cohorts.
Yeah.
One of the really interesting things that Charles Darwin University, who's one of our members, will talk about is the disconnect culturally between groups of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students who might be enrolled as apprentices in terms of community and what employers expect. Therefore, there's that process of cultural alignment needs to occur with employers taking a stronger role in the training at the time and a stronger opening of workplaces. It's also a way in which some of the prohibitive cost of being current in equipment and technology that we can't continue to expect the taxpayer to completely fund TAFE to do needs to be opened up through industry doors. So really the answer there, it has to be a closer partnership, not you enrol here and you exit there and then industry says you're not good enough for the workplace. You enrol here, you partner all the way through with an employer with more workplace learning, better access to employment workplaces so that there is a better chance on exit. I do believe they will improve completions, and I think that partnership takes a lot of hard work to make it come to fruition. And it is tough on industry and employers to do that because it requires investment from them, in kind often investment.
Yeah. Can I have another? Thanks, Chair. So I'm intrigued by one of the points you made in your in item 3 in your submission. Continuing to prioritise funding for individuals to gain a full qualification.
Yep.
That's fair enough. But you've said that this focus cannot be diluted by calls for industry for more short course funding. So, given the discussion we've just been having, I'm curious as to why you've made that point, given that if that's what industry, like the actual employer, is looking for, is people that have specific skills for jobs that exist now and into the future, why is there resistance there to actually, and help me if I'm getting it wrong, but to ensure that training is matched to the needs of the employed, even if that just meant particular skill sets were covered? I get it that for the student, maybe a full qualification is a more desirable outcome, but can we not walk and chew gum at the same time?
Absolutely. And it doesn't, our statement here doesn't say don't do, because the next dot point is do the lifelong learning components of micro-credential, but don't do them totally at the expense of a first opportunity for a qualification for people coming in.
Particularly for, I guess, a younger person that's straight out of school or
Correct.
changing careers.
Don't forget that a lot of the TAFE student population would be about, we see a lot of women coming through TAFE who might be 27, 28 years of age, that sort of late 20s cohort, who are doing their first qualification for the first time. So it's not all direct school exiters. In fact, we have only half our population is under 25 in TAFE. The other half is over 25, and it's very important to see those access points. Can I be so bold as to ask everybody in the room, do you all hold a qualification? And has it, you don't need to answer the question, but has it given you the opportunity to progress your career, whichever way you chose to go, whether it was taking a right-hand turn away from that qualification, as no doubt all of you have done, because you wouldn't be sitting in this room if you didn't. You're not in your first qualification. But we can't, I think there is a real risk if all we do is put bite-sized chunks of learning in, very important for people who already have a qualification, and we dilute the importance of that initial qualification people have that give them the career-long outcomes and aspirations they need for their life and whatever direction they choose to take us. Because many of us have changed careers significantly throughout our working lives, and we're talking about long working lives now for people.
Okay, thank you.
There isn't a degree yet for being a senator.
Life.
Good. Senator Grogan.
I'm fascinated with the sort of nesting micro-credentialing piece. And I never finished my undergrad degree because I was a full-time working single mother, and it just didn't happen. Like, it took me years and years and years to add one unit after one unit after one unit. But I transferred into a master's, which was so much easier because it was nested, and I could do the first bit, then the second bit, and finally graduate with a master's. So I get both sides of this argument, and I feel that you have a sort of sense of it not being the best path. I'm not saying it is either. The micro-credentialing or nesting qualifications. Do you see a positive aspect to that in any sense?
Absolutely, and our submission says that. I'm absolutely not arguing against them. I think it is absolutely critical that we continue to lifelong learn, as all of us have been doing probably most of our working lives, as you have so indicated in your own example there. But we've done it largely at personal growth and personal decisions. Now, with full employment, industry is desperate for people to get those new skill sets. We absolutely 100% support that. And VET has been designed from the get-go around skill sets. Micro-credentials is largely a term that's crept in the last 12 months, and it's largely been driven from the university sector, can I say. VET has had skill sets that have been designed within our training products for as long as I've been in the VET sector, which is 30 years. We've had short courses. They're absolutely critical. And as you acquire, let's just think about our trades. Most of our tradespeople go on and they gain another skill set in something else that'll equip them to do X, like a plumber will gain another skill set that will equip them to do X. Very important. You had Nika in here before, I understand from what you've said. And Nika, the electrical qualification is so critical to a first qualification to be able to deliver all those skill sets we're going to need for an environmental energy change that we have coming down and the amount of growth that's required. And I met this morning with Welding Australia, and they need welders desperately to make the big wind turbines. We're not in any way diminishing the importance of any of that. What we're saying is in the pursuit of that, let's not take our eye off this. And that's really what the point we're trying to make here. This pursuit, sometimes we can do these almighty swings and say this is the solution, the panacea solution for everything. It might be for the moment, but there could be in 5 or 6 years' time unintended consequences if we don't make sure we're still equipping people within a TAFE to get a first qualification. And that's really my point. It's the marriage of the two, not one at the expense of the other.
Yeah, that sort of balance. Are you either micro-credentialing or are you nesting for a qualification or Anyway, thank you.
And you've always been able to do that in the VET sector. You've always been able to grab a skill set here, grab a skill set there, and ultimately build to a qualification. That's not new. It's new for the university sector. It's not new for us. So you've always been able to do it. And you've always been able to grab those skill sets for post-qualification, lifelong learning, and requirement for the workplace, especially around licensed trades.
Yeah, thank you. There are some proposals around to adopt an efficient pricing model in funding agreements. Do you think the JSA will be able to inform those type of funding proposals?
I think the JSA has an important role in the exploration of what that means. And at the moment, those models were based purely on quantitative analysis with absolutely poor qualitative analysis going against them. And that's where we need to be looking at what does it mean in context and what does it mean to actually deliver services to some students. Having been a TAFE director across so many different TAFEs, I know it's more costly to deliver in parts of Australia for the student cohort we have in front of us who may not have the digital literacy needs, the literacy and numeracy needs, than it will be if I was delivering here in Canberra. So we have to be able to have, we have to look at not leaving any part of Australia behind, and that's the VET's mission. That is VET's mission, to make sure that we do get access and equity. And so therefore efficient pricing needs to be looked at not just through the quantitative eyes.
So in regional areas, you've spoken a few times throughout this session about the regional areas, and I'm hearing quite a lot out there that the challenge they find is that they might need 5 electricians or 5 welders, not a full class size thereof. How is that something that you see across all of South Australia? All of Australia, sorry. I see it from South Australia.
In regional areas, thin markets are always a challenge. Therefore, you have to have the right blend of delivery mode that enables you to be able to deliver, and we need to be funded to be able to make sure that in parts of Australia we can deliver. TAFE, by and large, there wouldn't be a course now that wouldn't have a component of online delivery. That's important. Very rarely, in most of our courses, are they fully online. So it's about getting the right blend. It's about being able to continue to deliver, because five people in regional parts of Australia are very important if we're going to keep them in those regions and provide those services to those regions.
And do you see JSA has a role in identifying those markets and finding solutions?
I think JSA definitely has a role in making sure that those communities and those regional communities are not disadvantaged by certain policy directions. That is absolutely its role, which I think is back to your question about efficient pricing. If you went down the line of just efficient pricing, that could be an outcome. So JSA has to have that overarching role that looks at what is the impact in various different parts of Australia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you very much, Ms Dodd, for the evidence you've given. It's been a great deal of interest from the committee, and also will be a great deal of assistance to the committee's deliberations. If you've taken any any questions on notice, if you would mind replying to the Secretariat by Monday the 29th of August, would be of a great deal of assistance. We'll now adjourn briefly for 5 minutes.
I don't believe I did take any questions on that.
No, you didn't.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
I now welcome in-person representatives from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep. So I'll start. Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary, Skills and Training.
Laura Angus, First Assistant Secretary, Skills and Training.
Danielle Finnegan, Assistant Secretary in the ComState Relations Branch in Skills and Training.
Emily Magro, Director of JSA Legislation and Policy in the Commonwealth State Branch.
Good, thanks. And I just express our appreciation with the committee for coming in earlier. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And I will keep my opening remarks very short. I realise we're the last session on today. So establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia is a key priority for the Australian Government, and it's the first step in addressing the significant skill shortages that we're currently seeing across the country. In recognition of this priority, the bill to establish JSA was the first piece of legislation introduced by the Government. The vocational education and training system is a key pillar of Australia's tertiary system and trains nearly 4 million Australians every year. Many of our vital industries are facing critical skills shortages, are reliant on the VET system to provide a skilled workforce. JSA will have a remit to advise on the adequacy of the VET system and to consider the adequacy of outcomes for students engaged in training. Key elements of the Government's commitment to establish JSA include that it will undertake workforce and skills forecasting and assessing skills requirements where government is a major funder and demand is forecast to expand. It will strengthen choices in jobs, skills and careers systems. It will drive improved outcomes in the skills system, and fundamentally it will replace the National Skills Commission and be legislated and modelled on Infrastructure Australia. The Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 seeks to establish JSA as an independent statutory body within the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. JSA will be supported by a new statutory office holder, the JSA Director, whose position will also be established in legislation. The JSA Director will have a legislative requirement to establish partnerships and collaboration with other key stakeholders responsible for delivering Australia's future workforce, which is essential for Australia's growth and international competitiveness. This requirement will give effect to the Government's commitment to tripartitism and ensure that key partners, including industry, state and territory governments, peak business organisations, unions and training providers have an opportunity to contribute their views and expertise to the issues JSA is considering. The introduction of the Jobs and Skills Australia National Skills Commissioner Repeal Bill 2022 will support the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 by providing for the repeal of the National Skills Commissioner Act 2020. As a consequence, the position of the National Skills Commissioner established by that Act will be abolished. The bill to establish the JSA with a core set of functions will allow it to begin essential work immediately and continue the very important work that has been undertaken to date by the National Skills Commission. Extensive consultations are underway right now and will continue through the Jobs and Skills Summit, allowing us to hear stakeholder views on JSA's functions, its structure and its governance. The Government will consider these views as well as the views of other Commonwealth agencies when drafting the legislation to establish the permanent JSA. The introduction of the second bill is dependent on the sitting schedule and the passing of the first bill. However, it's expected that the second bill will be introduced in late November, and that will enable the permanent JSA to commence in 2023. So I'm happy to take questions. In particular, I know the committee is very interested in the workforce planning function, some of the consultation and the tripartitism arrangements that have been discussed by other witnesses, and we're happy to talk to those matters as well as the governance of the entity.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Pocock.
Thank you for being here and for your submission. When I look at the current function of the current version of the JSA in front of us, it's very focused on forecasting skills and workforce futures. I'm just curious, I hope this is not a stupid question, how will the capability of the JSA in that regard be different from the capability within the department? I'm just curious because it's a big, robust department, presumably with access to a lot of workforce planning capability. Is there additional functions within the JSA, or will it be very much nested or reliant on the ability within the department?
So the Jobs and Skills Australia model will replace the current National Skills Commission, and the National Skills Commission is the entity that sits within the department that does have a range of those functions currently. A number of those functions, particularly the labour market analysis piece and the forecasting piece that you've raised, will actually transfer over into the Jobs and Skills Australia model. In fact, we would anticipate that the majority of that analytical work would still be undertaken by Jobs and Skills Australia. What we will see, though, with the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia is a new focus and a new set of functions that are really related to workforce planning. And so we're anticipating that Jobs and Skills Australia, as is set out in the legislation, will lead that research analysis, the workforce forecasting piece, and prepare, I think, what we're describing as capacity studies around key industries. So those are, industries within the Australian economy that are emerging or growing industries, if you think about the clean energy industry, etc., where we're still trying to work through, I guess, sort of what are the requirements or the skilling requirements of those industries, what are they going to look like in the future in terms of supply and demand. That will be the role of that entity. And that's a really new capability. It's not one that we've really seen in any substantive way within the department or within the current National Skills Commission model.
Really a recognition of the changing shape of the economy, which is so important. A couple of other questions. You mentioned tripartite voice within the new structure, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for that we've heard today.
Indeed.
What about clearly industry in all its diversity, which of course includes not only the Powering Australia and the whole kind of change there, but also of course the massive services and care sector.
Yeah.
And the transformation we are witnessing there and the many shortages. But what about the voice for non-traditional industry people, like community voices, like organisations that are less represented through the traditional structures?
And I might throw to Ms Angus to talk a little bit more about that. But the bill as it's currently constructed, you'll see, it does require the director, once established, to actually undertake quite deep consultation in undertaking the activities that have been ascribed to the JSA. The bill sets out, examples of the groups that director would consult with in undertaking his duties or her duties. And there's broad scope within that provision to allow for that consultation to cover a broad range of groups. Ms Angus, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I would just supplement that by saying that the tripartite approach is one element, but it is not an exclusive element. So it's open to kind of broader interpretation. And in fact, the legislative requirement is to genuinely consult. And that includes working with state and territory governments and other key stakeholders, and you've mentioned some, but including, for example, business peaks, unions, training providers, regional organisations, higher education, and groups like you're talking about, particularly in relation to a focused area, if the work being undertaken by the JSA is in a particular industry context or in relation to a particular group or cohort that might be being examined.
You mentioned, Ms Williams, the Jobs and Skills Summit, which has a clear charter to focus on women. as an overarching theme, which is very welcome. How do you see the JSA and its charter in relation to the real interventions that skills and workforce planning can make around assisting women into areas where pay is higher, narrowing the gender pay gap and increasing women's access to highly paid non-traditional areas like the electrical apprentices we've heard about today?
So look, I think you mentioned the Jobs and Skills Summit, and I think that's a really important sort of point to raise. This is an interim entity, as I think you'd be aware from the evidence provided to date and by our submission. It sets out the broad functions that we would expect of that interim entity. As we go through the consultation process, including through those really important discussions in the Jobs and Skills Summit around things such as women's participation and wages, the wage gap, I would fully expect that we would be in a position to better understand the role that JSA could start to play in some of those areas, and that we would work through our thinking with respect to the final functions of the entity. Ms Angus, did you have any thoughts on that particular question?
Yes, I think part of the workforce planning and having a joined up kind of more holistic view of workforce planning is also an opportunity for us to get a clearer picture around women's participation and what that looks like, and we already see some trends in the current work that's being done about particular gaps or high representation or lower representation. This would then form into some of that workforce planning, which would enable governments to make policy decisions about how best to direct resourcing, for example. Of course, that's some of that work will be future work, but it's able to commence under the existing legislation.
I've got time for one more, or are we close? Yep.
If I've got time, I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's now just go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. My question sort of goes along similar lines, but I'm just curious to know what your role, in what role or capacity will the department be supporting the government in creating this final form of JSA that will be legislated in a bill? We've already discussed that it's in the interim phase at the moment, but we've also discussed its scope and structure and governance and the immense amount of consultation that will be involved. So how's the department going to be involved in this process?
So, I mean, obviously we're very intimately involved in the drafting of the legislation and assisting the Minister with respect to that. There's also obviously quite a substantial consultation process that as we've mentioned, we've undertaken quite a bit of consultation already in order to put this current bill together, and I would expect that we would continue to do that deep consultation over the next couple of weeks and months as we work through what the final construct of the entity needs to look like. You'd be familiar with the way in which the bill is structured. The Jobs and Skills Australia does provide independent advice, independent from the department, to the government and also to the secretary of the department, but it is staffed by departmental officers. So the department provides the staffing and the resourcing for the entity, both in its interim phase and I would expect as we go forward in its final form as well.
Excellent. Yeah. Now, many stakeholders today have raised views on what they believe JSA can or should do. All appear to be suggested in good faith and constructively, but many are quite detailed. Is there any reason that the Senate should delay passage of the two bills, in your opinion?
Not at all. No, Senator. I think certainly there is a wide range of views, as you suggest, and we welcome that. I think it's been an excellent consultation process, and we would expect that we would continue that. The VET system is often very complex. But it's a really crucial part of our contribution to skilling the economy and skilling workers within the economy. I would expect there to be a diverse range of views and for people to have a really strong set of views on how we can do that better. I think there's certainly, with this respect to this bill, I think this bill sets out an interim structure that allows us to move very quickly to do the very important work of the entity that we've set up, that the government has set out for it. We will work through the detail in the consultation process, and then that consultation will inform the final bill, and I think that that's a really sensible way of ensuring that stakeholders' views are captured, that people get a chance to be heard, and that we best understand what we should do with establishment of the JSA in order to ensure it delivers the best outcome for the system. Ms Angus, was there anything that you would like to add with respect to that?
No, just to reinforce, I think that there is ongoing a consultation in a whole range of forums. So we regularly meet with our state and territory colleagues. That would continue and will continue around the role and function and how we might work more collaboratively in that space to improve some of the outcomes in terms of workforce planning, for example. As Ms Williams said, there's the summit itself, which we anticipate will be, a lot of ideas will be shared and a lot of robust debate, I'm sure, will go on as part of that forum. That, of course, leads into a white paper, but it also will lead into a generation of a whole lot of new ideas, I suspect, which people will want the opportunity to discuss and explore. And so as part of that, we have been reaching out to some key stakeholders, but we've also had lots of stakeholders reaching in wanting to talk to us, and we have been meeting with people on an almost daily basis from a whole range of different viewpoints around, and that includes our Commonwealth colleagues as well as industry, as well as unions, so that we are abreast of the range of ideas and the sorts of things that people are seeing as important, and we would expect to continue doing that right the way through the process.
And do you think the second tranche of legislation is the most appropriate place for detailed amendments to take place?
Yes, I would suggest it does. So the existing legislation allows us, as Ms Williams said, to continue with the important work. We don't have a break in continuity. It allows us, so many of the things that people have expressed support for today in relation to some of the previous functions that the Skills Commission undertook, this will allow us to continue to roll those things out. It will allow us to start to position ourselves for the new Jobs and Skills Australia and wherever that might land in terms of the final legislation. But the final legislation itself is the opportunity probably to bring all of those things together into a single point.
And Senator, I think it's also important that we do take a bit of time to get this right. This is a very important part, I think, of the economic infrastructure of government. Over time, you would expect that Jobs and Skills Australia would become a really fundamental contributor to both, the evidence and the analysis, the research, the knowledge that we have to sort of drive, where we put our investments in terms of skills, both in the VET and in the tertiary system. So I think it's important to take time to hear everyone's views, to really think through how to do it well and to do it right. And therefore, my view would be certainly when it comes to sort of accommodating or considering the detail of the issues that people have put forward, you certainly wouldn't want to rush to that. It's much better to sort of think about how we could then consider that within the context of the second bill.
Great. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming before us today. When does the government anticipate having the permanent model in place, noting that the bill allows for 12 months for the appointment of the commissioner can only be for the director can only be for 12 months. So, is it going to be 12 months or is it somewhere in between?
So I think the government is hoping to pass the legislation in the next sitting period, and if that were to happen, then the consultations would be ongoing with an ambition to be introducing the next tranche of legislation towards the end of the year. You would imagine that would see it roll into the 2023 and be passed, presuming it, that it's allowed to go through due process or whatever sort of reflection people might want to make. And so I think we would anticipate that it would be some time in the first half of 2023.
Are you able to provide to us the estimate of the costs involved in making the transition?
From the interim entity to a full entity, Senator?
From where we are now, presuming that legislation passes to then through that first period of, there's a change, obviously. The Commissioner's finishing up, so there's no doubt costs related to that. So are you able to table that at all?
So that might be a little difficult. I think, as you say, there's a space of time where the second bill could be passed. I think some of those costs will depend on how quickly. Yeah, I think it does depend a lot on how quickly legislation moves through the House and how quickly that the full entity is established. Yeah.
So what's the rationale? Like, if the intention of JSA is to have a wider remit than the Skills Commission, why not just expand the role of the Skills Commissioner?
So I think there's a couple of really significant differences between Jobs and Skills Australia and the National Skills Commission. I think the most fundamental one really is the way in which the new entity, the JSA, will operate within the system. In particular, the way in which it will work with some of the key players. So the tripartite model is a really fundamental difference. That is not baked in, as you know, to the National Skills Commissioner legislation or into that model. That genuine consultation and that genuine engagement of key players within the system, union, business, industry, states and territories, is a fundamental difference. And as you say, the functions are also very different. So the workforce planning functions, that forward-leaning or that forward-looking piece of work, particularly around key emerging industries, is going to be a very fundamental part of the entity's functions. So I think it's going to be a very different body. It will, as we were saying, capture many of the functions or most of the functions that the National Skills Commission is currently undertaking. And that really valuable work will still be rolled through. But this entity will work very differently. It'll work very differently with the sector. It will have very different obligations on it, in our view, in the way it's structured under the legislation to consult with and to work with the sector. And it does have those new workforce planning functions, which are going to be very significant and I think will change the way in which it works.
Thank you. So on that consultation piece, Clause 10 goes to that, and it says that JSA must, where appropriate, consult and work with stakeholders. So must is a very definitive term, and then where appropriate could be a get out of jail free card. Don't mean to be simplistic about it, but will it engage?
It will. I think the government's made its intention. They're very clear, Senator, that it will engage, that it will be a very close partnership with unions, with state and territory governments, with industry and business, and that tripartite engagement is a core fundamental responsibility that will be ascribed to the entity.
Where appropriate? What's the...
I presume there are going to be a whole range of administrative and other things that don't require that level of consultation. It simply gives the director the flexibility to make that judgment. But I do think the expectation will be very clearly set. It's set in the legislation. It certainly has been really clearly set by the government. And so the expectation is that the director and the new entity will undertake that very close consultation on its products and the work that it does.
Yeah, we've heard today a lot of aspirations have been, a lot of high aspirations been set for the role of JSA.
Yes.
Particularly hearing from industry and employers that that's a critical function of it. So, I think it's important that there is equal emphasis in the consultation across all stakeholders. And if there's just concern there, that maybe it's a bit of wriggle room there that maybe one part of the tripartite might get engaged with over another, more than another, so I think that's important. Do you have any estimation at the moment on what staffing levels will be anticipated, be it in the interim model and then the longer term?
Yeah, so I think just harking back to your earlier point, Senator, I think the legislation requires broad consultation. It sets out the range of players that we would expect the Jobs and Skills Australia Director to consult with, but doesn't limit them, of course, to consulting only with those parties. In terms of the staffing levels, the Jobs and Skills Australia interim entity will be staffed to the same levels as the current National Skills Commission. The intent is to simply transfer those staff and those resources into the new entity once it's established. Anything that you'd like to add to that?
No, that's the plan.
In terms of the appointing the permanent director of the JSA, is it envisaged that that would be at the sole discretion of the minister? Would Cabinet need to approve the appointment prior to the formal appointment by the minister, and will the position be publicly advertised?
Sorry.
You're welcome.
I was just going to say it will be a merit-based selection process, and
So I think.
Sorry.
So I think the legislation sets out. Let me saying this is all right there.
Can we offer the bottle?
have a little drink.
Non-examination.
So I think the legislation sets out that yes, it is in fact the responsibility of the minister. And you know, as you'd be aware, Senator, there are a range of processes that would generally accompany that. That is of course a matter for the government as to how they run that. As the legislation sets out, you know, the JSA director is to be appointed by the minister. You know, as you would expect, there will be sort of considerations, presumably, more broadly within government around that. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard an awful lot of positive comments, good ideas and stuff throughout today's session and through people's submissions to this inquiry. I was taken by your comment earlier, and I wonder if I could just ask you to expand on it, about the elements in JSA that are new, that were not undertaken previously by the Commission and not undertaken previously by the department, in terms of that workforce strategic planning, and what that piece that hasn't been done before is that will now get done.
Yeah, so this is the workforce planning function. It is a very new function. I think, you know, there's certainly been a lot of pressure, I think, certainly within government to better understand what the future workforce needs of various industries need to look like. You'd be familiar, for example, with sort of concerns within the health workforce, for example, the digital workforce. That lack of real granular data or a good understanding and analysis of what the shape of those industries are going to look like going forward, what the supply and the demand balance needs to look like. That really doesn't exist at this stage, either within the National Skills Commission or at this point largely within the department itself. There's excellent labour market analysis functions and data functions within the NSC. There's certainly a lot of work that the NSC does around skills gaps analysis, etc. But that long-term workforce planning function has never been a core function of the NSC. And, you know, that sort of data, that sort of research and analysis is going to be really crucial to better understand, I guess, the shape of Australia's economy as we go forward, and to inform a whole range of programs. So it will be incredibly useful in better understanding how we invest in our employment systems, how we understand where we need to invest in terms of workforce, but also the skills in the education system. So both at the VET and at the tertiary and at the higher education level. Better understanding sort of where the workforce of the future what it needs to look like, sort of what workers we need, with what qualifications, and what the balance of that is going to be really fundamental. It is a new function. I think it's an area that government, you know, it feels to me certainly that it's an area of government that perhaps, you know, has not always had the focus that it has needed to have. And I think this is a really fundamental sort of gap currently within the data and evidence that we have that the Jobs and Skills Australia model will fill. So, yeah.
Excellent, because we're seeing a lot of potential new development and new industries emerging, and they're not always in the CBD. So,
no.
Certainly in South Australia, we're seeing a lot of opportunity around, you know, the Upper Spencer Gulf, the Mid-North.
Yeah.
But the training functions, TAFE, uni, etc., have all been quite, well, sort of decimated in the last number of years. And the smaller they get and the more challenging it becomes, the smaller they get and the more challenging it becomes, if you catch my drift. So do you see the role here about boosting those functions back up in those regions?
Sorry, yes, Senator. So I think the fundamental thing that JSA will give us is the evidence base to better understand where we need to invest. And that's the piece that's really challenging at the moment. So I think, you know, we certainly it will allow for that longer term thinking around sort of what qualifications, what skills, what sort of workers do we need in a whole range of industries and in a whole range of geographic regions as well going forward. That's going to be really fundamental. Like I said, I think it's one of those areas that we've always struggled with. How do you match supply and demand in this space, and how do you actually have a longer view? Like, what does the next 10 years look like, as opposed to kind of just the next year or two? And part of that is about allowing you then to have the evidence to actually build stronger skills systems. So when we talk about, you talk about the delivery system, if it's even just in the vet space, understanding where we need to put our vet investment in terms of what qualifications do we need, and where do we need those people with those qualifications is really important in terms of how we fund our system going forward. So I like to think of Jobs and Skills Australia as being kind of the engine room of the evidence and the research and the analysis that will help inform kind of government policy and government funding decisions. And if we get this right, which we will, that this is going to be really fundamentally transformational, I think, in terms of how we actually direct our investment and our resources going forward.
Yeah, and the long-term perspective here then obviously is going to give people a greater level of confidence where industries are developing, that there's going to be a long-term future for them and a long-term sort of career.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit about, Senator, just to sort of, and I'm sure Ms Angus, you have something to add. I think it's a little bit also about actually sort of growing industries as opposed to kind of responding to the demand in the market. Like if you look ahead, 10 years, what you're able to do is actually to think about where you want to invest so you can grow particular sectors or particular industries. And, the green energy sector is a really good example of that, where you can make active policy decisions to move into a particular space. And to do that well, you need data and evidence about the skills that you currently have, the skills that you'll need, where do you need to educate and train your people in order to actually ensure that those industries and those sectors can grow. And so I think one of the benefits of this piece is that it allows you to think forward, it allows you to do that 10-year planning, and it allows you to grow particular sectors as opposed to just responding to the demand that exists currently within the economy. So, I think, like I said, this can be really transformational within the system. And I think, from my perspective, getting it right is going to be very important in terms of how we actually sort of grow our economy going forward. So, yeah. Ms Angus, did you want to add anything there?
Look, I think you've mostly covered it, but I think what we will see over time is that the sort of analysis and evidence base will become foundational in terms of the contribution that it makes to policy development, and that will be available to all levels of government and to key partners, but with transparency being quite a high priority in terms of sharing of this information to allow this kind of considered planning in a way that may not have occurred in the past.
Thank you. And just one final question. In terms of, and again, I am very much thinking about that piece of South Australia that is occupying my mind at the moment. But I think this applies to a lot of other places as well, where we see an opportunity for significant industry development and significant interest from the community in setting that pathway, like you say, as a long-term economic future.
Yes.
Then there are sort of located places close by where there's a potential pipeline for a tourism industry or associated or supply chain. Do you see Jobs and Skills Australia doing that connected piece in terms of their sort of a workforce plan that considers the broader region as well as the core skills?
Yes. I guess the short answer is yes, but you would expect, with working with state and territory governments, for example, and so they, states and territories also collect a whole range of evidence and information, bringing that all together and feeding that into that sort of workforce planning process that Ms Williams described around where emerging opportunities might lie or where there's a changing dynamic in a workforce, I think will be able to be better informed by having that more joined up workforce planning oversight.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Little.
Thank you. I'm actually seeking points of clarification clarification, and thank you very much for coming. The legislation, as proposed, talks about a JSA director being a person who has appropriate qualifications, knowledge or experience. Is that person is only appointed for 1 year? There's no expectation at this point that there's any ongoing change to, like, when JSA is operational, assuming it goes through and is passed, the person that's actually in that position, is that also the JSA director, or is there a different process that will be undertaken for the appointment of a more permanent person?
So this bill relates only to the interim entity, and the director is obviously there for the interim director. The final legislation will establish the arrangements for appointing a permanent head or director of the Jobs and Skills Australia model. Once we've worked through and consulted with stakeholders and others on a range of matters, including the governance arrangements that would need to be in place.
Now, I acknowledge that this person is coming to this role as the first person in that role. There's been a lot of talk today about independence. At what point does that person assume an independent role within the department as part of this process?
So the appointment is a statutory office holder, so that creates the independence from the department. So as a statutory office holder, that's I guess that's the fundamental element of that, to provide that independence.
So the independence is established under the legislation. So once the legislation passes and the independent person is appointed, then they have that statutory role as set out in the legislation.
Okay. Yeah. And just the final point of clarification, in relation to what you said about, I think it might have been budget or forecasting in relation to the cost of the transition. You haven't got that currently, but you'd be able to provide that at a later point in time. Is that right?
So essentially, with the establishment of this bill, once passed, it establishes the interim entity. The interim entity will be funded in the same way, at the same level, with the same staffing levels as the National Skills Commission. So I think, but Senator O'Sullivan, I think, was foreshadowing additional costs that might be associated with potentially the establishment of the final entity or the transition to the final entity, which is a slightly different.
Point,
yeah. And as I was saying to Senator O'Sullivan, I think that that will be highly dependent upon when the legislation passes, when this bill passes, and when we have the interim entity in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No more questions, James.
Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Senator Grogan picked up on the regional point, which I think is really important to know that that's going to be an area of analysis and planning ahead for in the long run. So that's great. So let me try another question. Will the department take any steps to ensure that Jobs and Skills Australia improves outcomes for Indigenous workers and for other vulnerable groups, people of colour generally, older workers, people with disabilities? What steps is the department thinking of to make sure that happens?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes, the government's been quite clear that they are keen to provide an independent voice, and they're particularly interested in groups such as youth, over 55s, First Nations, Australians, noting that a forward work plan for Jobs and Skills Australia hasn't been determined yet, but that those cohorts and the needs of them are front and centre of the government's stated commitment to ensure that Jobs and Skills Australia has a kind of inclusive lens, and we've already talked about the gender lens previously in response to your previous question. So the Jobs and Skills Australia will have a critical role in informing, employment, workforce and skills policy, as well as ensuring government programs are operating effectively to address some of those needs. And obviously, in relation to consultation, it would be very important to hear that voice as part of consultation and any work that are in that kind of space.
Just finally, is there any scope for building on the experience of the last 4 decades, which shows the need for intervention to move women, for example, into non-traditional occupations? Is there any scope in the department for empowering Australia, for example, to think about a tranche of activity which is especially focused on trying to change the choices that young women make, older women as well, and shifting occupational choices and outcomes.
Yeah, I actually think it's a really important area of focus, maybe a little separate to the, to the bill that we're talking about today, noting that, of course, the data and evidence from JSA will be really fundamental. It is an area of policy focus by the department. It's something that we're looking very, very closely at. There's quite a number of election commitments that you'd be familiar with that the government has made, particularly around apprentices, which I think will be a really fundamental pathway for us to look at how we can help skill women up in areas which attract higher wages, essentially. I think it is certainly very much on our agenda as something that we need to work through, and happy to obviously provide evidence in other forums around where we might be doing that work. But Jobs and Skills Australia will be a really good, strong starting point in terms of better understanding the nature of the skills market, where those jobs are going to be in the future, what skills are going to be really crucial going forward, so we can tailor our programs so that women are encouraged and assisted into skilling in those areas where there are higher wages, better opportunities, etc.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you very much for your evidence today. It's been again great deal of assistance to the committee and will help us greatly in our deliberations for our final report. And that concludes today's hearing, and thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by Monday, the 29th of August 2022. The committee stands adjourned. And thanks to the senators.